I don't give a damn. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, up finding every crumb. Dum, 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 dum.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like Moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. I do. Speaking of, I don't give a damn. Did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it, watch it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you all being here. And I moved it back. I needed to move it again, and I think I did not. But if I'm not late, did I even show up? And I'm sorry if you've been here waiting for me. If you are never on time either, congratulations. I just helped you be on time instead of myself. And I feel really bad. I was working on getting all of my sources opened in tabs and pivoted last week on what I was covering today. So put in a lot of work for the past few days and nights, and so has Squirrel as well, especially. So thank you, Squirrel. Thank you for coming again. And thank you so much. I'm going to try to stay out of the comments at the beginning and then at the end as I get through everything, because I have an outline today of a lot of sources and a lot of things I'm going to go over. I will be in the chat and looking at things, and then I do believe I will try to star things as I go. And thank you so much. I already see 2 amazing supers, so thank you so much for doing that and being here. And I'm sorry, Lacey, if it didn't update the notification, but I do like that saying, it's Dom time. All right. So today, I am going to talk about Laura Loomer. So it's a really interesting family lineage we're going to talk about, and some things that I realized just pulling an obituary originally. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird. What else is there? So most of you know who Laura Loomer is, but if you are not aware of who Laura Loomer is, I have the wrong screen up at first. Yay me. Let me. I'll do it this way first, but it's kind of hideous, but we're going with it. Okay. So if you are not aware of who Laura Loomer is somebody who is in the political space right now. She is very loud, always outspoken. I am so glad she feels confident enough to be herself publicly. It takes a lot to be authentic like that and have the audacity that she has quite a bit to say some of the statements that she says out loud on the record. And she makes some pretty bold claims. So, I mean, even if I just went to her X account right now, which I don't even have open. Give me 1 second. I'm pivoting for a second. All right. So if I'm on her X account, just scrolling through, I mean, I literally Candace Owens is a pathological liar. Receipts with Jeremy Boeing. He's really great at business, I hear. I mean, just the most unhinged things that you could imagine someone saying about, I don't even feel comfortable saying some of these things out loud. And this is even crazy as well, because I feel like this is photoshopped. Allegedly, in my opinion. I mean, it just goes on and on. A focus on the Middle East obsession with both the people that she supports and then the people that she does not support. She's been arrested a bunch. She is not allowed to own a firearm. One of the first reasons why people came to know Laura Loomer is because of the ISIS fan club that she created when she was working with Veritas, Project Veritas as well. And she basically tried to ambush people on campus. I don't remember how many people it was exactly, but creating this ISIS fan club, and the university allowed her to do it signed up. So I'm not even sure if this person got to keep his job or not. I'm not sure if she's ever worked at a university either, but it's not a high paying job to do what this man did. He was probably trying to be kind and not fully understand what ISIS even was at this point. I'm not sure that a lot of people did understand what ISIS fully was. I think a lot of people knew who Al-Qaeda was, but ISIS was newer at the time. And if someone was shouting at you or trying to get you to do something that made, interesting facial expressions, I'm sure you would just want to get them in and out real quick. I don't think you would keep going. She has continuously performed public stunts to get attention. Here she's wearing a sombrero and a poncho, jumping a fence at a governor's house to prove a point. A lot of her tweets mention Candace. It's kind of crazy. She also has been the most banned person from the internet, I think she used to claim. And I don't know if any of you remember, but she did handcuff herself to the Twitter headquarters, the door. She did that when it was still Twitter. This is one of my favorite pictures we have of a beautiful stance of her as well. And then also, she ran for Congress twice. She used to be really well known with Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. She's always been in the political space. She had really nice merch t-shirts going on there. Real nice merch. She's been pictured with pretty much everyone you can imagine. She whispers in the president's ear a lot. She's always telling him who supports him, who doesn't support him, according to her. According to her, he calls her right after major events as well. And she's always talking to him about these people that she doesn't like, which doesn't make any sense to me. But she's, made a lot of videos about Tucker Carlson. This is a picture of her when she got her press pass at the Pentagon. She actually announced getting this press pass on X when she was overseas in a country that she supports, where she went to show her support and where she was shown things that people had never seen before publicly, which I found to be very bizarre that would be allowed. And, she's just always about Candace. I mean, if I can search on here, let me see. Let's see. Oh, Candace. Yeah, this is also crazy. She was really proud of that legal ambush, and she just keeps going and going. Oops, zoomed out. I mean, she's going. I'm like, girl, you're more obsessed with Candace than her fans. You gotta cool off. Like, I think you've been spending too much time in the sand. Too much time. You live in Florida and you're from Arizona. It shouldn't be, you should be used to the heat. So either like, handle the heat or get out the kitchen is how I feel about it. So I'm just going to get into her family lineage because it's really interesting. And thank you all for coming. 1 second. Okay. I have one more thing I'm going to show. This time I'm not going to burp. So if you came here for a burp, good luck with that one. And sorry, I have way too many things open to show you all the things today. All right, I'm going to pull this up real quick and then I'm going to get right into it. So this is Laura Loomer. And this is from Rigstead on X. So go follow. I'm going to follow this person right now. So happy for them. All right. That I was not following them. I feel like a jerk. All right. 1 second.
It's ruined. Does anybody and called me crazy, but what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined, Alex. And called me crazy, but what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined.
And sometimes I think you can ruin your own life. And that is exactly what some people choose to do every day they wake up. So, have you been Loomered? If you have, you may be entitled to a little bit of financial compensation, even your ancestors. And the amount of compensation you may be allowed to access is I put this so weird. Redo. Have you or an ancestor been Loomered? If so, you may be entitled to financial compensation. The exact number, $3,333 to be exact, plus your court costs. And we'll get into what that means later. That was so cringeworthy. I am so sorry, but you're welcome. Okay. So tonight we're going to walk through the corn maze of Laura Loomer. And I say corn maze because I'm from the corn. And I promise you it is a maze. So this is just the outside view, 20,000 foot view looking in. Today we're going to talk about Aleister Crowley. We're going to talk about psychedelic testing. We're going to talk about MKULTRA. We're going to talk about the zombie Haitian program and testing that is involved in this story. We're going to talk about how that all connects to the Laura Loomer lineage. And it's really the most bizarre thing that I've ever looked into in my life. I thought that the rabbit holes that I've looked at before with some major events that I feel like we've been lied to as a public were something that I was like, wait a second. How is this even possible that all of this is going on? And then I started to realize some of the things that this family has said out loud, I feel like is flooding the feed. And in my opinion, I feel like they're flooding the feed because of that, so that we don't know what's going on. So 1 second. Okay. So before I get started going over all of these articles, I am going to read the fair right. I can't read. I was trying to type and read at the same time. I'm getting myself in trouble. The fair use. Go back. The fair use copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. The allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Also, this is me. I'm me. I'm not AI, and I'm alive. So, and I am educated in cornfield. So, I have an outline so that I don't get too distracted and I can stay on track and on task today, because I knew I was going to have to start a little bit later. And because there's so much to get into that I don't even understand how to really begin. So I had to write an outline for the first time rather than just following and saying what I'm thinking. As Squirrel would say, a script was written for me, which is kind of funny. So that is true tonight, but it's my notes with the script. So Scientology also comes up a little bit today. L. Ron Hubbard, weirdly, is involved with some of this weird stuff as well. So we will get into that. So as we walk through this maze of Laura Loomer, it is, again, the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. Her grandmother, her first, I would say, step-grandmother, because this is her grandfather's first wife, Renate Druks. Renate, I don't even know how I'm saying. It's spelled Renate. I'm just going to say Renate because it's Renate. I don't even know. Hold on one second. I'm saying Renate because the other way doesn't look. That's embarrassing that I don't. Squirrel writes mini scripts. It's true. It's improv. Thank you. Thank you very much for that one. Love that for me. All right. So her step-grandmother, Renate Druks, and I'm saying that wrong and you can take it or leave it, made scrambled eggs for Hitler. Her grandfather, Harry Panukis Loomer, graduated med school 5 months after the Anschluss under the non-Aryan graduation status. Also, I can't read very well out loud when I'm saying words that I don't even know how to pronounce. So I have the pronunciation, and if I'm making it gibberish, you get what you get. Her grandmother studied magic under Aleister Crowley's personal Shaflu disciple, Jane Wolfe. Her grandfather trained at the Carl Jung Institute in Zurich, while Jung was being investigated as a Nazi war criminal. Declassified files now sitting in the UK National Archives at Kew and the US National Archives in Maryland. I think that word was replaced with a K versus a J, so then I didn't say that out loud, so I'm sorry. Her grandfather's coworker at Rockland State Hospital was a KGB spy named Robert Schoblin. Her grandfather's institutional boss was a CIA MKULTRA consultant named Paul Hawk, and that's spelled the exact same way as Robert Maxwell's original last name, Ian Hawk, if you're wondering. Who killed a tennis player? This Paul Hawk killed a tennis player named Harold Blower. It's Blower, but it's spelled blower apparently. That's kind of gay, but with a masculine, with an injection. I don't even know how to say that. What is that, like a muscle thing? I know that I have that in my notes, but I don't know how to say this. And then her grandfather's writing partner, Nathan Klein, spent 30 years building Haiti's only psychiatric hospital with Papa Doc. Funded by Hoffman, La Roche, the same company that supplied the antidepressant. The antidepressant was a drug called Ipronizid. I can't say that. Ipronizid. We're going with that. Derived from hydrazine. My doctor, if my doctor is watching this, they're going to be laughing at me because I can't even pronounce my own medication. So thank you for telling me I'm doing great in the comments. I know I'm not doing great at these pronunciations, but I'm just going to start saying a word I don't know how to say every time there is one. And then I'll just put the source in the sources. It's a basic chemical. The hydrazine is the basic chemical component of the Nazi V2 rocket fuel. Her aunt, Valerie Capelli, or Capet, plays Renaissance lute in Provence, France. Her father is a Tucson rheumatologist on multiple pharmaceutical company advisory panels. Her mother is a British woman, a dual citizen from what I can understand, adopted from what I also understand, who came to America on a tourist visa and seems to live in Britain currently, or the UK, whatever you want to call it, because they're always switching their names up. Everything, single thing I just said out loud comes to me not from an accusation. The one thing in there that could be an accusation is the egg story for Hitler, which has been told multiple times from word of mouth from Renate herself, which is her grandfather's first wife. And it's really bizarre to me that all of these things come from primary sources. Some of these things are kind of hidden over, and some of these things are not discussed at all when she's talking about her family. Instead, what I've started to notice about people that don't want you to ask about their past is they tell you a story about something that is so uncomfortable that you don't ask any questions. Like, you're literally sitting there and you're so uncomfortable about what they say, about the experience they had with their family. And I feel like you see a really similar pattern here with J.D. Vance, Erica Franz Bay Kirk. All of these people, you then don't ask about their families because it's so uncomfortable. Your human instinct is to not ask. Oh, you don't talk to your mom? Why? Why do you have all of these pictures on your mom's Facebook recently and not where you seem to interact with her all the time, going to her home and having recent photos with her when you're running for elections? I don't think you invite someone you don't talk to your election. That's just me, but allegedly scrambled eggs. So today we're going to start at the top left of this corn maze I have, and the seed of the whole occult branch is what we're going to start on. The man whose name gets whispered in California magic circles 100 years later. And I know that all of you have heard, for the most part, of Aleister Crowley. And that's the most interesting part of this that we're going to start on. So I have to share another screen. Hold, please. I'm just joking. I can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. It's not my thing. Okay. So this is Aleister Crowley. And look at this amazing graphic that was made for me by an artist themselves. Except this one is not practicing the occult that I'm aware of. That doesn't mean anything, I guess. Could be. So Aleister Crowley, if you knew or didn't know, is actually born Edward Alexander Crowley. And I will get to this, some of the comments later. I cannot read the comments and then go throughout, so I apologize. But if you have questions, I will go to them at the end, and we are starring them. But I can't look over here and over here at the same time. I do see what you're saying about Barbara Bush, though. But I'm not ignoring you on purpose. No, it's okay. I just don't want you to think that you're being ignored. So he's a British occultist leader born in 1875 who dies in 1947. He founded the Thelema, is how you're supposed to say it, but you could say Thelma, I guess, in 1904 with the quote, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." He also headed the OTO, or the Do Temple Oranitis, I don't even know, Oranitis, in 1925, and established the Abbey of Thelema, Shaluffa, Sicily. I'm not saying that right either. Until Mussolini literally expelled him from the country. So from 1920 to 1923, he was there leaving it. Oh, that makes me sad that I just read that comment. And his personal disciple at the Abbey was a silent film actress named Jane Wolfe. That will come up again later. But Wolf later moved to Hollywood and trained the next generation of California Thelmites or Thelemites, whatever you want to call it, which is where we have Harry Loomer's wife come into the picture. And one of those next Thelemites was a Vienna-born painter named Renate Druks, that same name I said earlier. So it is a little bit bizarre. And so looking at Crowley, Candace Owens has already kind of spoken about this 12-year-old that was murdered during one of their ritualistic practices. From what I understand doing all of this research, it's very dark, very sick, very disgusting, but I do believe that they were, and we'll see it again when we see how someone's husband ended up passing away, trying to birth a demon the way that Jesus was put on this earth to marry. And it's a very interesting sick path that these people go down. So this is from the Independent in 2001, and it's just talking about stabbing and all of these things that happened. And then also, this is him getting sent out of France. So that's crazy to me. He's been known as different names. We have a lot of people in this story that seem to be known as different names as well. And that's in 1930. So that's a little bit weird. This is one of the more well-known photos that you're going to see of him. And then there's another one with like I don't even know what you would call it, but Marsh, can I switch myself to be on the left side instead of the right side of the screen? I'm sorry. I don't know how to do that. But this is him with his thank you, with his devil worshiping picture and his last curse. And it's really bizarre because his last curse apparently was him stating that you'll die within 24 hours of my death, screamed the wickedest man in the world at his doctor. And strangely enough, his doctor died 24 hours later. So I don't even understand how that's possible, but it's really weird. And his whole story's weird. He ended up being obsessed with Satanism and the occult at the very beginning of his life, and it like wasn't enough for him. He wasn't finding what he needed. So he kept going, and it's just a really sad path that he went down. And there's articles upon articles about this. This is him at a young age in his salad days. I like how people call it that. You can just see from here. I mean, that doesn't even look human to me, sadly. I arrived at Cario on the 14th and transported to the 7th heaven. I live at the Shepherd's Hotel until Guy Fawkes Day, wallowing in the flesh pots. I would not even go out to see the pyramids. I could not have 40 centuries looking down upon me. Confound their impudence. I wish that I could talk like that, but I can't. So also, he only had 18 euros left in his will. So I guess the world's evilest man was also close to being one of the poorest. So I guess that unless he just got good at, moving his money around, that wasn't good for him or his family. It's also really interesting to me, just kind of all of the things that he seemed to live his life by. So he seems to be continuously driven by sex and love this whole time. And then also poetry, magic, Hollywood type things, and art. So it's really bizarre. You're pointing. What am I supposed to be looking at? You're doing the thing. Okay. It's really bizarre when, am I supposed to be looking over there? Okay, I'm not. I'm so confused. Okay, oopsies. But, that is in, I like how you put nope in there. Thanks. You were just testing me if I was paying attention. Okay, so that is the news articles that I have about Aleister Crowley, and I am going to pull up. I have a tab of tabs open. I have a tab of tabs. We're tabbing around out here. We have a bunch of tabs. Okay. And just so you can see that I'm not making this up or editing things, this is the Wikipedia page for Aleister Crowley. And he ends up being buried, or his ashes buried in New Jersey is what's reported upon. And again, he died at the age of 72. He's known as one of his occupations being an occultist. One of the things that I did find really interesting about him is that he was a mountaineering person. And it seemed to be when he failed at being a good mountain climber, he came back and decided to be an occultist, which I feel like is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life. But to each their own. I guess Mount Everest is expensive. It doesn't have to be. If you're good at it, I guess. You could get paid to go, maybe. He's known as the founder of this religion that we're going to talk a lot about. That's a picture of him too. And he seems to be, again, obsessed with the whole Egyptian, the creation of humanity. There's a lot of things that go into this, and a lot of astrology and everything else. The other weird thing to me is he is born into a wealthy family. So I found that to be very bizarre. He was very well educated. He also was recruited into the intelligence agency. And I found that to be really bizarre because he's also joining all of these secret societies. And for you to join the British intelligence agency after you're getting into the occult and everything else, I feel like that sounds really similar to LaVey and people here in America that we've learned a lot more about throughout this process. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, all of these people are not wifeless. So I also find that to be just a bizarre thing within itself. I mean, this is Rose Kelly with him here. And it's just crazy to me, I guess, that women would want to be into these things, I guess. I don't know. I don't really I couldn't imagine that. I'm not going to say anything else about that cuz it's their life, I guess. But he does have a really interesting backstory. And then okay. So the other interesting thing, and I tried to say this word earlier, so you can read it right here. If you want to try to say it out loud at home, you can do that yourself. But this OTO cult, or thing that seems to branch off from the other one, seems to be basically the first of the great old Eon orders to accept the Book of Law received by Aleister Crowley in 1904. So the book is in here. It's speaking about the human in thought, culture, and religion. And it's arising from a single supreme injunction. So the law of Thelema, which is do what thou wilt. And you see this symbolism that you're going to see a lot throughout the occult practices. I also find it really interesting when we look at this bird here, how it's upside down, how it's kind of a mixture of a few different birds, in my opinion, like the phoenix and the dove, but it's upside down, which also kind of resembles the medical bird that you see here and there. From my own visual, yeah, sound it out yourself. That's what I feel like, Lacey. I don't even know how the heck do you sound this one out? That's a made up letter. That's made up. All letters are made up, but that one's double made up. So, and then also we see the triangles, we see the pyramids, we see the all-seeing eye throughout all of the occult practices. I feel like those are the most in-your-face thing when you're thinking about the Illuminati and Hollywood and all of those other things. I feel like the rose is a little bit of an interesting aspect, but you do have the heart. It seems to be almost like these flames coming out of here with this same, it's not a cross, but that symbol is a lot throughout the occult thing as well. So basically, this whole thing is so that this law is to not be interpreted as a license to indulge every passing whim, but rather as a mandate to discover one's true will and accomplish it, leaving others to do the same in their own unique ways. So every woman, or every man and every woman, is a star. The law of Thelema can ultimately be fulfilled only through individual efforts of each person. Nevertheless, many worthy aspirants of the great work of Thelema have genuine need for information, guidance, fellowship, and the opportunity to assist their fellow aspirants and serve humanity. So are you not a part of humanity? Such aspirants will find welcome in OTO. I also find it interesting when you think about an inscription that we're told is in certain things and how basically that T just turns into a W. So all right. So now what we're going to talk about is how a lot of this comes back to wrong tab. I forget, you guys can't see what I can see. I need to figure it out. I need to just read the instructions. Good luck with that, everybody. I need to read the instructions on how to have multiple tabs open at the same time. I don't like doing the whole thing where I have to upload each document on here because I feel like that's kind of crazy and asinine, and I'm just sitting there like over and over going back and forth trying to figure out which one's which, because also I'm not going to name that. Bro. So the OTO, Thelema and Jack Parsons are what I have next below Crowley. The OTO came to America through Jack Parsons, and Parsons co-founded NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the JPL. He ran the Pasadena Lodge, Agape, through the 1940s. He also worked with L. Ron Hubbard. Yes, the L. Ron Hubbard that is associated with Scientology. In 1946, and he worked with him specifically on a ritual called Babylon Working. Parsons also apparently blew himself up. How did he blow himself up? Well, not like a balloon. Not like he blew himself up at a home lavatory on June 17th, 1952 in Pasadena. Literally a self-detonation. His widow was Marjorie Cameron, who was a fellow occultist and a painter. After Parsons died, Cameron didn't just go anywhere. She went to live at a specific house in Malibu. I bet you're wondering, oh my gosh, where does someone go in Malibu after their husband blows up? Well, the house she went to belonged to the Vienna-born painter named Renate Druks. Yes, Harry Loomer's first wife. So, this is documented and multiple times, and it's also documented, the one that I am speaking about specifically with the explosion is documented in Nat Friedland's 1972 book, The Occult Explosion. So I'm going to go through these articles that I have on here first because OTO, Carl. Okay. So there's that made up word again. We have here this AE. I think Elon Musk did something with his kid about it. I don't really know what he did on there. But basically this book, the one that I just spoke about, proclaims that new religion on human thought, culture, and religion all together, and it arises from a single supreme injunction, the law of Thelema. And this is a picture of this with Jack Parsons there. I wonder who else we know that like to play with wires that we just, went over. Hey guys, thanks for coming. And this is him in here. It looks like it's confirming he co-founded the JPL. He's also famous in rocketry. I also find it a little bit bizarre that you're famous for rocketry, but you're out here blowing yourself up. I don't even understand. So this is stating that he's one of the most colorful characters, which I found ironic with a black and white photo. I know it was the time, but if time's not real, why can't we have colorful photos back then? That's what I'm saying. He was an interesting person in the rocket industry, like I was saying, and when he died in 1952 in the strange circumstances, his true story would actually become lost under layers and layers of a lot of claims and bizarre explanations. So, this person went in, and this is a whole article. Thank you guys for coming. That talks about it, and this is the podcast that's reviewing it. And this person was trying to be a little bit skeptic about it, and Jack Parsons was not essentially a Princess Diana, is what this person's saying. So during his lifetime, he was no better known to the world than a prominent figure in a given industry, which was rocketry, a field which has produced few household names. He couldn't have known it by the time of his death in 1952, but his legacy would grow to the point that he eventually became who we now consider the spiritual father of NASA JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, which could be argued by some to be NASA's most productive, dynamic, and cutting-edge division, certainly among the most agile. And that makes conspiracy theories about the death of Jack Parsons intensely personal to everyone on the entire planet who is inspired by space exploration, fans of the American space program especially, and members of other communities as well. So the weirdest thing about him is that he is working with freaking L. Ron Hubbard, who founded Scientology. Okay, so that is just the most bizarre thing that I've ever heard in my life. I never thought that I would see that on here. I thought it was a joke when I first read that, but it's actually in multiple sources. As well. And he went to a lot of places that were important. And then, sorry, 1 second. I was seeing for the other part that I wanted to highlight. Yeah. So, okay. This is the most important part of this to me. So I had no idea what this was. And honestly, two people that were looking into this guy, when I said his name and I was like, what the heck is L. Ron Hubbard doing here? And I kept saying this Thelema, and I was talking about it over and over. And they were like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. And all I had to do was say the word NASA, which already came up in a lot of other things. And they were like, wait, what are you talking about? So basically, after Parsons' death, his widow stayed for a few months with a friend, that Renate Druks, which is Harry Loomer's first wife, not Erica, Laura Loomer's grandfather, his first wife, the actress and director Renate Druks. Based on countless hours of conversation, Druks reported her belief that the explosion was the result of Parsons trying to create a oh my gosh. I can't say this word either. Homunculus. It's because I'm nervous because I don't like reading out loud. That's why I don't like having notes. I'm not gonna say homunculus. Thank you. Homunculus. A homunculus. I'm going to say it over and over. I don't want to say that word out loud anymore because it sounds kind of bad. I feel like I don't want any of that up in here. So that's as much as I'm going to say that word. Now I'm going to refer to it as the H word. So Druks is believing that the explosion was from Parsons trying to create one of those, which is a small magical being with special powers. Once some of Parsons' metaphysical writings became known after his death, other people climbed aboard this wagon, and it seemed in character. However, it's a terrible theory. As stated previously, the chemicals he was found with were consistent for the job he was known to have been working on. And so far as I know, neither fulminated mercury nor any other explosives are in the handbook for how we conjure up H word. So Jack Parsons had an unequally unusual relationship with his mother, Ruth. I'm not reading that out loud, but you can read this next sentence here if you would like. When she learned that he had been killed, she began drinking and taking sedatives, but they were not enough. Wow. So she died from an overdose mere hours after her son. And somebody can raise one's eyebrows at the oddities of Jack Parsons' lifestyle and religious beliefs, as the name of the gods and rituals differed from those his mother loved him. Of other religions, I skipped a line. But his were what worked with him, just like all spiritual people everywhere. And his mother loved him so much that she could literally not continue living without him in her world. The story of Jack Parsons is a human story first and deserves to be remembered as such. There's no need for graffiti or conspiracy theories or the other slanders. Well, I would say that a lot of that's in here, just being truthful, is already slanderous by the decisions that they made. So, I mean, I don't think that anyone needs to slander somebody if he's telling the truth about these things. So I think that he does it himself, honestly. So the OTO website, I will put in the sources all of these. There's a lot of branches throughout the world. I also want to say something that was really gross to me, that I don't want to be gross saying out loud, but that I noticed, is the shape of some of the things that are in here. So the shape we have going on here is a shape of a private part that I found to be interesting when you look at what Aleister Crowley was obsessed with. It's almost like, you know, birth, life, creation, all of those things, and he seems to be obsessed with it. I will put the link where you can look at all of these things. I thought that the French website was a really good one to look at. It talks in depth about all of the different things of what it does. They don't believe themselves to be anti-Christian or satanic, which I found to be really weird. And they actually call themselves spiritual and everything else. The other thing I found to be really interesting is that it's not a sect, and it absolutely does not correspond with a sect according to the French government. And everyone that's in here and interested in their activities are encouraged to spend time with them, and to note that they are a close kin-minded association made up of independent free thinkers in Okay. I'm not saying that one out loud either. I know how to say it, but when I try to read out loud, apparently I can't say words anymore. If there's issues with the bot, I will go in and edit that later. So I do apologize. Who shares special link for any passionate association. So brainwashing is something that's specifically talked about in here. Although the OTO claims to teach candidates certain secret lessons, we do not use mind control methods such as sleep deprivation, dietary limitations, and any other method of coercive manipulation. No mental control is exercised, and no requirement of belief is required of its members other than the commitment of respect in a completely personal way, the law of Thelema. So I thought that was a little bit weird. They also say that they never prevent members from leaving the order. So I'm a little bit confused how all of this ties in, and L. Ron Hubbard seems to be in the picture a little bit. I also wanted to state, so 100 years ago when OTO was established in Germany, it was closely allied to several other rites in European Freemasonry. However, in 1918, Aleister Crowley did determine it to be appropriate for the OTO to assert its own unique identity as an independent system. So at the time, while retaining the use of convenient customs and terminology used in early Freemasonry, Crowley revised the OTO with rituals, insignia, and modes of recognition to avoid infringing upon the legitimate privileges and established and recognized authorities of modern Freemasonry, and also to specifically reflect the teachings of Thelema. Crowley's OTO had not claimed to make Masons since that time. So further revisions along similar lines have been implemented in most recent years, despite some similarities between names and titles used within the OTO and the name titles used in Masonry. Various churches and other organizations conferral of any degree, rank, office, status within the OTO does not constitute conferral of any degree, rank, office, or status in any other active organization, Masonic, religious, or otherwise. And any more status as the captain of a ship equates to the status of the captain of a football team. So, that's wild to me. So, moving on. They have branches everywhere. Everywhere. And it's crazy. So, this one, the one on the country that starts with a U that's in a war right now, I found to be really weird. So Parsifal Lodge and Ordo Templi in the U country welcomes sincere seekers as well. So it's just real bizarre. They have a whole Wikipedia, Thelmapedia as well. And I feel like it's just so bizarre. So John Whiteside, so Jack Parsons, lived from 1914 to 1952. We already talked to him about him being a rocket researcher at the California Institute of Technology. And he was that co-founder of the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. His research was central to the United States rocket program in the 1930s and the 1940s. And I mean, he helped in the development of us having space-capable rocket fuels and the invention of JATO units for aircraft. So he is less known than some other people in this space as well. But he's in here. It also talks about him being a practitioner of magical arts. And he was chosen by Aleister as well to lead the Thelemic movement in California in 1941. And he was also the sometime magical partner of L. Ron Hubbard. So it's talking about this ritual in here again. So that's in here more than multiple times. And this relationship lasted until 1947 when Hubbard defrauded Parsons a sum of money and ran off with his wife. So that's what it says. I'm not saying that he did that, but that's what it says he did. He also has a crater on the far side of the moon named after him. And there's a lot of different things in here. Babylon.net is also regarded to him. So Ember found some really great articles as well. And these are just showing about Satanism. And the thing that we found really interesting about Satanism, and this is going on around the time of the Satanic Panic, is that they're talking about it like it's not bad. So they're almost talking about Satanism like it's the same thing as Christianity. And it's the exact opposite. Unless you convince yourself that it's not because someone else is telling you that, and that still doesn't make it true. So you can say it all you want. Still doesn't make it true. And newspaper clippings are the best place to go and look for all of these weird things because they can't really be changed that much. They can be removed, but he also has some things on here that's a course for students, and he calls this is really interesting too because he calls it the Book of Goat and considered it his manifesto kind of for the OTO. There's a lot of weird things. This is all, I think, again, from that French version of the website. It is. And you can use a plugin to translate for you if you need. That's what I do a lot, because otherwise I'm not going to learn French just to read an article. So this is the Marjorie Cameron or Cameron. And I'm not going to pretend like I'm pronouncing these name rights either. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. So I did want to note here, and this is something that I did not dig more into, but this lady is in Hollywood. She's into drawing, painting, poetry, psychedelics, occultism. She's married to this JPL dude who blows himself up. She also is married to a Sheridan Kimmel. Who do we know that's really popular right now with the last name Kimmel that everyone is a little bit obsessed with? His name's Jimmy Kimmel. So here's a picture of Jack Parsons and Marjorie Cameron as well. And it's really just them out here at dinner. I mean, they look so kind and so welcoming that I don't look into their eyeballs. But even looking down here, I mean, I don't know, the body language is a little bit off, and boom. Hold on one more time. And boom. You tell me what you think what if you had one word that came to your head when you're looking at this photo, you should put it in the comments. Because I literally, I think I'm just grossed out. I don't really have any words. I like how cute couple got put in the comments. That's 2 words. That's two words, bro. Okay. So that's what's going on there with the OTO. And then the Thelema Magic branch also comes out of that as well. It's all kind of related to each other, but I have it in 3 different things because there's a lot going on. This was actually one of the first articles. This one's in 1923 of the secrets of the devil worshippers' mystic love cult. This is in a public newspaper that is published in Indiana. Creepy, creeper, creepy, evil. I feel ya. I made a sound I can't spell. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, I can't read. Is how I feel. So I'm with you. It is very creepy. It's disgusting. This whole thing is disgusting. I mean, I don't even know what's going on here. But like, I'm a pretty awkward person. And I feel if I put one of those things in the side of my mouth and held a paintbrush, there's no way I could look this creepy. So that's how I feel about it. So this article is going into the intimate details of Aleister's unholy rituals, his power over women who he branded overseas, and his adventures around the globe as the beast of the apocalypse. So it's really bizarre. He always seemed to be around women. This is a picture in his OTO robes at the age of 30. He takes it very seriously. I also think he may have taken ballet and not done very well at it. That's just my personal opinion because his finger placement's really off if he did take ballet. So whoever was his teacher really should have worked on the finger placements. You know, middle finger to thumb should have been a lot better. You don't put the thumb straight out like that. But it is a good elbow for a dude, I guess. The posture's off though. So it's really bizarre. They have a lot of things going on. I don't even want to read some of the things in here other than the lower legs bent. I'm not going to read that because you can see a picture of it. This is one of the rituals in a tent. And yeah. You know, what's crazy to me is that we have all these artists in this story, and the art that comes out of here sometimes, I'm like, what? Who was drawing these things? They were practicing the occult too much. So Betty May, whose her husband died tragically at Crowley's Sicilian love cult Abbey. The photo shows the widow before her marriage. That's just sick. This is her, not over there. I was wrong. But I mean, this symbolism is just crazy throughout the board. I'm just grossed out. So yeah, it's all over here. I don't like how they're using the words father. I don't like the names that keep showing up throughout this whole thing, and it's just very uncomfortable for me. So, oops. Second, no. Okay. Oops. No, I clicked wrong. 1 second. Okay. So this is him at a younger age. And this is in the 1920s. Again, drug taking, sexual appetite, and he was in a Sicilian villa. It's really weird. I mean, an interest made him a cult figure for the Beatles, David Bowie, Ozzy Osbourne, Iron Maiden. It's just weird to me that any of those names would even be in here when we're also talking about Jimmy Kimmel, or a Kimmel. I'm not sure if they're related, but it's weird that that name even pops up because I've never really seen it anywhere else. And the Thelema is in here. The local people kind of knew about the experiments that were going on there and said that it predated the hippie movement by decades, and said that the place was cursed and they refused to go around it. The guy literally was calling himself the Great Beast, and he created a religious philosophy known as Thelema, which I've said a million times. But it's weird. I mean, he was traveling all over the world. It says even in the newspaper that he was known or thought to have been British intelligence, which is weird. And then L. Ron Hubbard is in here too. So L. Ron Hubbard is also known to his followers as LRH, and was the American pulp fiction author and the founder of the Church of Scientology. While being discharged from the Navy, he met up with that Jack Parsons who blew up, who was working on rockets in Pasadena, California. He started to read the works and writings of Aleister Crowley and started to engage with Parsons in various magical practices. So he died in 1986 and revealed that he had psychotic drug injected into his butt. So it's an interesting way to die, I think, but it's weird. Before the coroner could do more of a complete autopsy, the Church of Scientology took possession of his body and cremated him and buried him at sea. So that sounds just like a terrorist. And then there's a lot of things in here. So Ember actually found a few things. This one's in Arizona in 2004. There were literal meetings and study groups in Arizona for the Thelemic Studies Group. There's an email. We found a really weird website that made me so uncomfortable. I'm not even going to share it today. I don't even really want to put it in the sources because it just felt so evil and disgusting, and actually had occult practices and how to do them on there. Very specific. And I do not want to promote that. So if you would like, you can figure it out based on this email and look at that. I wouldn't, but you're an adult, or you should be an adult. And if you're not an adult, then you definitely should not do it. But if you are an adult and you decide to look at it, don't eat food. And I don't know, don't do it in the dark, I guess. So it's just weird. It's all weird. I guess I do have some of the pictures of it. I'm not going to zoom way in, but this is the college that they actually created at one point. So there is a college where you can learn how to do this online. That sounds like an MLM, or like Scientology. You tell me. But they have all this stuff in here. It looks really, really positive. Really positive. Yeah. So I also did notice with some of these things, you do see a certain language coming out over and over and over that you do not see everywhere else. I also want to say I will zoom into this because you can see what language I'm talking about here. But it just is gross. I mean, the whole thing is gross. There's a lot of evil stuff going on here, practices. I don't like it. Ugh. Okay. If you're into that, I'm going to pray for you. All right. And then over here, so the people that we just talked about through all of that are Crowley. I may not be saying his last name right. Oops. I don't think he deserves for me to say his last name right either. So, not sorry. Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, the father of Scientology, and Renate Druks Loomer. So Laura Loomer's grandfather's first wife, who was into the occult practice. I also want to note on here, there's a lot about her that we're going to talk about as well. So, let me switch back to the other tab. Okay, so this is another picture of Jack Parsons in here. It says that his cause of death was an explosion. He was a rocket engineer, a chemist, and an occultist, and it has it in here. This is very well sourced because it's Wikipedia. However, if you feel about Wikipedia, I'm sorry. And then also all of the things we just went over here. I did think it was really weird that we see this Arthurian legend type thing and King Arthur in here as well, which I feel like you also kind of see when we're talking about somebody's gaming profiles. You know, it's alleged that he had undiagnosed dyslexia, which he was bullied for. But apparently, you know, he can make rockets, so that's not weird at all. So he obviously got over that. I'm proud of him for that. So I also wanted to note in here that through some of these things, you see him involved with a lot of people that I was not expecting. So Parsons met Helen Northrop at a local church dance and proposed marriage in 1934. She accepted in April of 1935 at the Little Church of Flowers in Glendale before undertaking a brief honeymoon in San Diego. They moved into the house in Pasadena while Parsons got a job at the explosives manufacturer, Halifax Powder Company's facility. Much to Helen's dismay, Parsons spent most of his wages funding the Galactic Rocket Research Group. For extra money, he manufactured nitroglycerin in their home, constructing a laboratory on their front porch. At one point, he pawned Helen's engagement ring and asked her family for loans. Melina recounted that Parsons and Foreman were not too pleased on the program that did not include at least the launching of model rockets, but the group reached the consensus of developing a working static rocket motor before embarking on more complex research. They contacted liquid fuel rocket pioneer Robert H. Goddard, and he invited Melina to his facility in Roswell, New Mexico, but he was not interested in cooperating about sharing his research and having been subjected to a widespread derision for his work in rocketry. They were instead joined by Caltech graduate students, Apollo Smith, Carl C. Wood, Mark Muir Mills, Fred S. Miller, William C. Rockefeller, and Rudolph Scott. I'm probably not saying the last one right. So the pickup truck transported their equipment, and their first liquid fuel motor test took place near the Devil's Gate Den. or Devil's Gate Dam in Arroyo Seco on Halloween 1936. I don't even know. That's just gross. So he's obsessed with rockets. Here we have this picture again of him holding the replica word you don't say at an airport. And it's just really bizarre. I don't even understand what's going on here. There's also him being an explosives witness in a trial out in LA. He's involved in those schools that are out there, Caltech, all of these people that are important. I don't even understand how he's getting to know all these people. I guess maybe the occult has a lot going on for him. Allegedly, I don't know. But it's just weird to me. I don't even know how you get, I mean, he's so accomplished before he explodes. He explodes with accomplishments before he literally explodes. I mean, look at him looking at that. A man and his explosives. So, I mean, he's just electrifying, I guess. And then I think I already went over this one, his wife. And so it's just really weird because it continues. I don't really want to say a lot of these words out loud, but I already touched over. I already said what was from here, but I was just going to show you the actual source. I don't think, I mean, obviously I'm reading these things and I have different backup sources, but I think I'm going to start not showing as many and just show a visual because I don't think most of you want to see every little piece of information. I mean, there's nice to know and then there's need to know. And most of you are not Joes. So if Joe is here, maybe I'll have an extra one for you afterwards so that you can catch up. But other than that, so the Babylon working that I was talking about is a series of ceremonies or rituals performed from January to March by author, pioneer, rocket fuel scientist Jack Parsons and the Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard. So this ritual that they did was essentially designed to manifest an incarnation of Babylon. The project was based on the ideas of Aleister and his description of a similar project in his 1917 novel Moonchild. So almost immediately after Parsons declared the first series of rituals was complete and successful, he met Marjorie Cameron in his own home and regarded her as the elemental that he and Hubbard had called through the ritual. Soon, Parsons began the next stage of the series, an attempt to conceive a child through adult cuddling workings. Although no child was conceived, this did not affect the result of the ritual to that point. Parsons and Cameron, who Parsons now regarded as the Scarlet Woman Babylon, called forth by the ritual, soon married. So this lady's doing rituals before she's even married. Lord have mercy. For real. The rituals performed drew largely upon rituals and magic described by the English occult leader Aleister, was in correspondence with Parsons during the course of Babylon working and warned Parsons of his potential overreactions to magic he was performing, while simultaneously deriding Parsons' work to others. I don't even understand why you do that. So basically, there's a text also called the Liber 49, which is self-referenced within the text of the Book of Babylon. And it was written by Jack Parsons as a transmission from the goddess, he's alleging, or the force called that B word again. I don't want to say it anymore. Received by him during the B word working. Parsons wrote the Liber 49 constituted the fourth chapter of Crowley's Liber of, I'm not saying that either, the Book of Law, and the holy text, the alleged holy text of the tea cult. I mean, for real, it's piping hot tea. It's disgusting. So then we have, oh, I have to share each tab. That's so awkward. Wait a second. You can see all that, right? Guys, I wasn't even paying attention. And that whole time, I was not moving the little thingamabob for you, but I was for me. So I was reading, that's real great. Thanks for making it smaller for me, Marsh. So I was reading this down here on the Wikipedia page. I'll also post this if you would like. It's a little bit more easy on the eyes to look at the Wikipedia. I also wanted to note there is actually a list on Wikipedia as well if you would like to look up the more well-known Thelemites as well. And you can see a lot of people's names up on here. We have Aleister on here. Obviously, we have the one we've already talked about today. I mean, they have a lot of things going on here. The literal proportion or the JPLs on here. And it's federally funded. I mean, what a tax write-off. So, a lot of people's names. A lot of people's names. If you see your family name, go pray about it. That's all I can say. Smith. There's 2 Smiths. I'm joking. But it is really interesting seeing the names on here, seeing all of the people that are involved. And these are just the well-known ones. So these are not the ones of everybody else who's not on here, not well known. So I also wanted to note there also is a very, for somebody who is so well known in the art world and the Hollywood world, it's really bizarre to me that Renate Druks has this short of a Wikipedia page. I mean, for real, it's like she's not even famous. But she's a painter. She's from Europe. She actually came over here allegedly with her husband, Harry Loomer, that we're going to talk about a little bit more. So I want you to really hold on to the aspect too about making sure. All right, I'm going to come back to that. So I have to switch my tab again. Okay. So I have a lot in here. I'm going to go over the nice to know versus the need to know. So the thing I wanted to note in here is Renate Druks is a very interesting woman. There's a lot of things about her that are interesting. The one to me that is the most interesting is the fact that who her father is, who her mother is, who all of those people are, it's pretty removed from the public. So it's actually very hard for you to find out who her father is, who the real name is, where they came from, what they did. But there are a few credible sources that you can go to where people that lived with her actually wrote biographies and different things as well. So there is some conflict in what I'm about to say, and I just want to fully disclose that as well. I'm not her. I don't know who her daddy is. And also, do you even really know who your dad is unless you're your mom? Like, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but there's a few in the Loomer family that might be able to help us out. So, Renate Druks' father and sources do conflict a lot. So she has a friend called, and I'm going to butcher this, Anaïs Nin, and I would say it's Anaïs Nin's diary that I'm getting this from, but it's saying that it's Anaïs Nin. I don't like that, so I'm going to go with Anaïs Nin's because I like that. Describes her father as a doctor. Then we have another article that I found in 2026 describing her father as a Viennese optician who personally treated Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. That's right. The same Carl Jung whose institute Renate father's future husband would train at after the war, Harry Loomer. So the family lineage on the Druks side, per Renate's biographer, Lisa Janssen, was erased on purpose, is the quote that I would talk about in here. So she is from a Galatian Ashkenazi, I don't even know how to say that word right, Judean family. Druks derives from Yiddish for printer. So That's weird. I don't even know what you're printing. And this is a lot of different things that we can talk about later about the Vienna Judean community and the archives and everything else. So I'm going to go to the pictures of her. I keep forgetting I have to like switch where my stuff is at. Sorry, everyone. So this is Harry Loomer's first wife. And she has a lot going on. So her father's name is not typically known publicly. This is her in Mexico, where she supposedly met Marjorie Cameron. It's a nice look. She does look a little bit like Laura there, even though there's like no relation, apparently. I just see it. It's like the eye roll going on. I mean, it's an old photo, but she's old, so that's what's going on there. And then the other thing I found really interesting about the marriage and everything else is the fact that Harry Loomer's father was a laundry pioneer. That's a lot of choice words. We have a printer, we have a laundry pioneer, we have a lot of different things going on there. Thank you so much. I'm going to read all of those at the end, and I'm also working on clipping these and having shorts as well to make it a little bit more digestible. This was a lot to go into, so I'm learning as I go. Thank you for bearing with me as well. So I'm really bad at reading online when I have too many notes, so I need to just like go with it and not care if I'm pronouncing the words right. So she's a painter. Her mom apparently was a painter. So I find that to be the most bizarre thing going on here as well. Here is what her tombstone looks like. It's also really weird when you read where these people are born at the time, because we have a lot of countries change throughout this whole period. So whether you were born in the Middle East, whether you were born in Europe, whether you were born in any of those places, it's real weird. I also wanted to note in here, she also married a football player, Ronald Knox, and their divorce was really weird. And he actually played at the UC Berkeley and was also in the Chicago Bears at one point as well. The one thing I did want to know about Renate Druks is she is hanging out with all of the people. So this is Catherine Ross, and she just looks important. I don't know famous people, so if she is important, I don't know. But I'm just going to say, this lady over here reminds me so much of the artist today who also seems to be very focused on occult practices with soul cooking. So it's weird. We see them in Canada. We see them in Hollywood. I keep seeing the same places pop up with people that just seem to be very bizarre. Her husband, this football player, I mean, he does look like a football player here. He just kind of looks like he's like, I play football because I have to, but my dream is to smoke a cigarette and type on this typewriter by this weird lamp. I mean, what is that lamp? It's like the Eiffel Tower. I also wanted to say, this is one of her paintings in the background. I don't like it. So we're not going to look at it any longer because I don't like it. But there's also her shedding Ronnie Knox. I found that to be an interesting title on here. They got married in Mexico. There was a art group that lived down there, so that's something why they probably were there. I will say I've also never seen this many people around this time frame go to Mexico, get married in Mexico, honeymoon out of the country, unless we're talking about the same group of people, which I seem to be real weird. And she's the one filing for divorce. It says they were married in June of 1959 in Mexico. And I think that there was one on here. Yeah, she wants her former name back. She said that. So she's like, I want my former name back. Like she had to ask for that. Maybe you did at that time. I don't even think women could have credit cards back in here. So that's probably why. So it does say in here, and I saw this in a couple different areas, so I am going to point this out, that she's really well known in the West. But the weird thing is she doesn't seem to have a lot of art shows on her own. So I'm like, okay, how are you well known? Kind of like the soul cooking lady. She came to the country after World War II and won a critical approval of her works under her maiden name, Renate Druks. And that's what's so weird to me is it's like, this is in here. Her son is not mentioned in here with Harry Loomer. I'm like, what's going on? I don't know. Where's your kid? That's probably why he wasn't okay. And then this is the son that she had with Harry Loomer, Peter James Loomer. He ends up passing away at the age of 21, I believe. Yeah, 21. This is his plot. His dad's not listed on here. I found that to be a little bit weird. The sad thing is he ends up being into drugs from what I read and understand. And that is not me saying that he was into drugs. That's what was reported in a few areas. And then he ended up taking his life, which is a very sad thing to think about. So the 17-year-old Judean painter who fled Vienna in August of 1938 ended up in Malibu 20 years later running a magic parties cult with Hollywood movie stars. Okay? And that's Renate Druks. That's who we're talking about. So she was born January 2nd, 1921 in Vienna. She died in December of 2007 in Los Angeles. She studied at the Vienna Art School of Women. She married Harry Loomer in Vienna of August 12th, 1938 at age 17. She fled to America with Harry, later moved to LA to become a painter and became a painter. It's not like she was already one when she went to art school, you know? She studied magic under James Wolfe, who was one of Crowley's disciples, and she's listed as one of the known Thelemites. Now I'm not going to be able to say that right. Now we have the egg story. So I'm going to pull this up, but because I want to show you after I talk about it. But the story that I found actually came from a 2013 blog post, and it's really interesting. I'll link it in the description. And it's written by the daughter of one of Renate Druks' close family friends in West Hollywood. The friend's daughter recalls Renate telling the story of a person telling the story in person multiple times in the 1960s. Renate said she once made scrambled eggs for Hitler, likely while still in Vienna, before fleeing in 1938. So I find it really bizarre that you get married under these special circumstances. You're going to an art school who the person you made eggs for was also known for being. You're practicing the occult, which the person that ends up leading the military of the reason why she leaves Europe was also into before he starts the war. And it's just bizarre. So Hitler's favorite documented dish in Vienna was, I don't even know how to say it, Eierknödel, which is egg dumplings. And it was confirmed in multiple biography sources about him. So it's just real bizarre. And it's real bizarre. And he was photographed dining repeatedly in Vienna. So it's not like he wasn't ever there. Her biographer alluded to the family's erased purpose in Vienna history, which is really weird to me too. As a biographer, I don't know why you wouldn't have that in there. The story is documented in writing, and the surrounding context makes it plausible to me, but you can totally decide for yourself. The other thing we have in here is Renate keeps hosting these come as you are madness parties in Malibu, 1953 to 1954. We have a lot of people that are coming to these. We have Kim Novak, Cornell Wilde, John Houseman, Doris Dowling, Jose Quintero, and Kenneth Anger filmed his masterpiece, Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, in 1954 at one of them. I don't even like the title of that movie, and I feel like I need to go take a bath in holy water. So Druks in this played the demon with the L word name that I'm not going to say out loud. And her son Her son Peter, at age 11, is actually in this Pleasure Dome movie that has an inappropriate title name. And he is playing Ganymede. I don't know. It's just weird. So after Jack Parsons blew himself up in 1952, Marjorie Cameron lived in Druks' Malibu home for 6 months, like I was saying earlier. So what we have here in the connection is Crowley, Wolf, Druks, Cameron to Parsons. And it's all just boom, 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 boom. They're all buddies. They're all friends. I don't even understand. I don't like it. I actually hate it. Like, you know the saying, I don't like it, I love it. I don't like it. I really hate it. So I already went over her Wikipedia page. So what I'll do real quick is show these, and then I'll show, oh, these are the other things before. I'm going to show you the egg article first. Because the egg article was one I exited out of. And then you betcha I had to find it again, and it was probably the most stressful thing. I put all of these on one thing in order, and now I'm like going a little bit out of order, and I'm like, where's it at? Okay, it's right here. So I prefer to be read to as well. So, all right. So this is her. Don't look at her eyes. Don't look at her eyes. I'm winking at you, but I mean it. Don't look at her eyes. I didn't even know I could wink with one eye like that without like being weird. So I'm actually proud that I can do that. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. When I try to do it in the mirror, it does not end up looking like that. So, basically, this talks about all of the things I just talked about. I'm trying to not cringe at myself too hard that I just said that out loud. And she is really into art. I'll show you some of her art pieces. They're probably going to make you just as uncomfortable as everything I've said so far. And so this lady that becomes friends with her, this is too small, big. Okay. So making sure you can see all of it. So this blog poster said she and her stepmom became friends a long time ago when her stepmom worked at the Malibu grocery store and artist hangout Renee went to. Renee asked to draw her. They were friends from then on. Her stepmom had full life before she ever knew her, though, so there were a lot of people she knew or things she did that were commonplace for her, but that I didn't know about for a long time. And her friendship with Renate was one of those things. When Renate was a lonely old woman, her stepmom would visit her every Friday and took her out to eat or to the LACMA. And when she was home from college, this blog poster is saying she went on 3 of these excursions. She lived in a studio apartment in Hollywood filled with her giant paintings. She was very interested in using large canvases and plants and a little futon in the corner surrounded by her canvas fantastical landscapes. She wasn't a pleasant person, though, this person is saying. And even though old people deserve to be unpleasant or self-pitying, this blog poster wrote her off because of it. And when she moved back to LA, she had to go into an old folks' home because she had a mini stroke. And then she got to move into her studio apartment for a few months to sort through her belongings for what she needed at home and what could be given at charity and what items needed to be packed up and stored. Living there was this blog poster's highlight of her life. Not only was it within walking distance of her favorite bar and many other fun things, it was 2 blocks away of the West famous intersection La Brea and Hollywood Boulevard. But there was nothing cooler than getting a bit stoned and looking through her beautiful old things, her little mementos from her childhood of her deceased son. And here's what's interesting to me in this. So a 19-year-old who took his life appeared in the Kenneth Anger film. Everything else is saying 21. So this blog poster saying 19 really threw me off. Her paintings, even a memoir she started once, as she was a Judean who married a rich old doctor, enabling her to move to the United States before the Nazis took Austria, which is interesting if she's still making Hitler eggs. Like, I just don't even know how you get there. I don't even know. Like, what is going on? You're making the dude eggs and then he's making you leave the country. I don't know. So she was living in a nice assisted living home only a few blocks away, and she visited her to drop off things like socks and shampoo to keep her company. But if she enjoyed this blog poster's visit, she had a funny way of showing it. She was very unhappy about aging and acted as though she didn't like to do anything but keep her own company. While she was still alive, she got a gallery owner interested in showing her work. And there was an art show of her work at Dame Darcy's in the summer of 2005. Renate didn't attend it. And the blog poster was actually out of the country, but her dad and stepmom were there, and they told the blog poster how excited Dame Darcy was and her entourage were by Renate's work, and that they wanted to go visit her in the home and all of these nice things. Big surprise. That was the last they ever heard from Dame Darcy, and there were no visits to Renate, who got even more unhappy with aging until she aged herself out of life in 2007. It's so crazy because I'm pretty sure this is a picture Renate painted. The blog poster goes on to say that the thing that really bums her out about Renate is all the missed opportunity. For instance, she was very lonely for her peers. Many of them were deceased or she felt forgotten by them. And while she was staying at her place, this blog poster said she got calls from concerned old friends who wanted to see her. And Renate told her not to give anyone her new phone number. So she just took messages to give to her, and she never reached out to any of them. But why? The blog poster was confused. So it's really bizarre because her artwork's also really weird and full of cats. Surprise, surprise. So the way that I found out about all of this was real bizarre, because also we have a step kid in here making a comment on this blog post that I'll post. But so this Leslie person in October of 2015 is saying, my mom was friends of Renate's in the late 1960s. They met her through Raven, who lived in the apartment upstairs from them in West Hollywood. So they got to visit with her a couple of times through the Hollywood studio and photographed her for a college portrait project. She was very happy with the results. She was a fascinating lady, and this person still remembers when she told her about making scrambled eggs for Hitler, and that she was such a wonderful storyteller too. So Leslie says that she knew her mom tried to look her up quite a while ago and had no success, and she's glad to see that this website is ran as a tribute to Renate. And the mom had the original Our Lady of Malibu, which she gave to her a few years ago, and she still has a few pieces of Renate's that she commissioned or bought too. According to her, Renate said that the church didn't want the original, so she kept it and then sold it to my mom. Thanks for this bringing us up to date. So it sounds like they may be in the Thelemites as well. Ew, gross. Big red flag. And then this one got me. So Peter Loomer, my stepfather, this unknown commenter on December 22nd, 2015, is saying, my stepfather was Renate's first husband and father to Peter Loomer. Gross. So it's just a lot going on there. A lot of things. All right, so we're gonna go into her artwork. I see some people giving me the pronunciation in the comments. Thank you for your kindness on that. I also appreciate it. I know I'm mispronouncing quite a few of these. I'm not even going to pretend to keep reading the pronunciation and doing it right, so I'm sorry if that is frustrating. I am doing my best. We don't use these words a lot, so. But there's a nice picture of a cat that looks evil. So we're going to go through her art. She has a lot of cats in her art. I'm sure it has something to do with the whole Egyptian thing. We see this going on right here as well. Here's a nice picture of her in Hollywood. Yes, thank you. That we did discuss that Wild West 144. Yeah, the cats, Monsi, I know. It's always the freaking cats, dude. Here's a picture of her in a nice hat. She's a hat lady. Here's a picture. I don't like this one. This seems to be, I mean, that's also kind of looks like some people we know back here in the background. But we got a lot of things going on. If this is the movie that that her son was in, I have questions also. What? No, thank you. No, thank you. There she is again. Apparently, eyelash extensions were also really crazy back then. As well. And then here is a picture of one of her pieces of art. I find that to be really gross. Marsh, why are you showing me this? Okay, one second. Am I? Oh, I didn't. I saw your little thing and I didn't know. Thank you. I forgot about that. There's a lot of nudity in these. I saw it show up and I wanted to double check what I was looking at. Here's a picture we showed earlier. So her art was also loaned for some things as well. We have a lot of people that are in here. And there's a lot of different things used in a Manhattan apartment as well. Liechtenstein is in here. A lot of articles about her being a painter. A lot of nudity. And I mean, we even have important film festivals and different things. This is a very important thing in her studio that I thought. So this biography in this page says that her mom was a painter and an art teacher who encouraged her daughter's early development as a painter. And her childhood was spent in various countries in Europe. So we have Italy, France, Spain, and Belgium, where she was inspired by the great works of old masters. So she studied at that Vienna art school for women, and she traveled and painted in Mexico even. She was very famous. She speaks on her subject with authority and delightful humor. Well, the blog post says the exact opposite. Thank you. I have seen my lamp. Thank you, Pixel. I have seen my lamp. Thanks, M. I know the cat art, bro. It's like, what's with the eyeliner, though? It's like we have JD Vance, the first version with the eyes. I don't know. I do like the slick back ponytail look. It does look a little bit. What is that movie? Is it the Addams Family? I don't know why. This reminds me of the Addison family as well. Oh, no, I'm not offended at all. I feel bad if I'm offending everyone else that I cannot pronounce these names. I will tell you, I've tried all day. And I've read a lot of these out all week, and I just can't do it. And then I overthink it. And I do that even with people I know. So, like Brianna and Brianna. I'll sit there and go back and forth in my head over and over about which one I'm supposed to say out loud. And I end up just not saying it because it doesn't happen. And with this, I feel like I can't really do that other than just keep pulling up a picture. So I do feel bad because the more embarrassing thing is I took German in college, so I should be able to say it, and I can't. So no surprise there. But I am jealous that you lived in Germany because I heard about the bread all through my German course, and I am a big sourdough girly. Not like a hard bread kind of girl, but I would love to eat fresh sourdough from the grocery every day. And I don't have the patience to make it. I think I have social dyslexia sometimes. I see that comment. I think when I'm trying to think and read at the same time and there are other people around, yeah, I for sure kind of have it. But when I'm by myself, no. So that's what's really weird about it. I don't know about what I'm doing with that. So Marsh just went through and blurred out the nudity. So there were some boobs and private parts. I guess I could just say private parts. I'm going to have to crop out boobs that I said that. And I just said it again. So yeah, I get so nervous trying to read out loud because I was a nerd growing up and didn't have any friends. So my friends were books and I wasn't reading out loud unless we had the, the classroom stuff, and I was reading at a different level than what we were reading in the classroom. So I didn't say a lot of those words out loud. I think I said it in the last time. I used to say fuckade instead of facade, just so you know. I said it in front of some really important people at a very important meeting one time. And I just kept saying, this is such a fuckade. And I just kept saying it. And I'm really self-conscious about how people react about things when I'm in an environment, because I never want to make my goal in life is, unless I feel like we need to have a conversation where it may hurt your feelings, or if you bring it up first, unless it's something that I think is going to make a difference, I'm not going to do it. So like if you have spinach in your teeth, not my problem. I'll like tell you if you want to know or if you can fix it right there, but I'm not going to do it. So I don't even know where I was going with that. I went all over the place, but fuckade. I said it. It was a lot. I was also somehow voted my class clown. I also don't think I'm funny. When I'm trying to be, it doesn't work out very well. When I try to be funny, people are like, what's going on? And then when I'm just myself, people think it's so funny. And then sometimes I get a little bit confused. You said fuckade for a long time too. See, the people out here that know how to read are saying how it's really pronounced. I also used to say ramen instead of ramen. Thank you, Daisy. I knew somebody would know that it's fuckade. I think it's a more fun way to say it. And I did call somebody who their wife is actually a speech pathologist. And she said to me, don't feel so bad. That's how it's spelled. And I was like, what in the English is going on here? I don't even know how to speak English, and it's my first language. How am I supposed to learn all these other languages? I actually took Spanish. I met my husband in that class, so I don't know how to speak any Spanish. Don't ask me. I can't even order arroz con pollo properly. So I just butchered it there. And then I'm not cussing people out, I promise. And then I wish I could do stand-up. I do see that in the comments. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked before I go back to this. I also took sign language in German. Don't ask me about any of that. My sign language professor, we had an interpreter for the first class. It was a 3-hour night class in college during dinner with no interpreter. And me with ADHD looking at somebody signing in silence for hours while I'm hungry and not very well prepared for dinner. And I'm getting hangry. And I'm just reading what's going on a whiteboard. And I am not good at using my hands to show things. I wish I was, because it was just a lot for 3 hours. I don't know. See, other people can't speak Spanish either. I wish I could. I think I just need like thrown into Mexico or somewhere, Spain, and I just have to learn it. I think that's what's going to have to happen. Like, I'm going to have to learn, where's the baño? I got to go. I'm chugging this water out here and I'm thirsty. So I think that's what's going to happen. There's so many languages. I don't understand why we have math that's this universal language and everything else is so crazy. And I do think it's very beautiful culturally. We have the different cultures and everything, but it makes it hard because it makes it harder to communicate. Things get lost in translation, even translation English to Spanish. I don't know how many times you guys have heard an interpreter translate certain things, but I've been on a few trips before with a job I had where some of the things, when we were in the middle of nowhere and it was an orphanage, they were translating. I was like, there's no way that means that. And it did not. The person told us afterwards that it doesn't translate properly. And I was like, good, because I was very concerned that was going on. Oh, see, I need to go to Mexico. I do want to see the monarch migration real bad. It's like top of my list. All right. So, well, kind of top of my list. It's like maybe top 20. I really want to go to Antarctica, and my top 5's real weird. You guys would probably think I'm a weirdo. So this is her art. We got another cat. It's her with a cat in front of a lady with a big cat. That's what's going on over here. And I'm like, okay, we got cats. Yeah, the monarchs. I have a tattoo of a monarch. Then we have, again, another freaking cat, bro. It's like, okay, and nudity. Cat and nudity. It is a catception. I do see that over there. Another cat. This one's on a nice satin pillow. I don't even know. That one's like angry looking. It's in a little cat house. A naked lady in a big cat. I don't know. It's like these are the first furries. They're just naked. The first furries were naked. Here's Cleopatra with a cat. I do think a lot of this all stems back to the obsession with evil. I will say, some of these are really good. Like, I could not draw that ever. You couldn't, if you paid me and told me I needed to draw that because I don't really want to, I don't think I could. I wouldn't put my mind to it. Yeah, the Egyptians had a lot going on with the cats. And Aleister did seem to be very obsessed with Egypt. I think I didn't say it earlier, but his first honeymoon was in Egypt, and I think he went like 2 or 3 times. It's real weird. They got a lot of cats going on, cats everywhere. Bigger cats, little cats. I think this one has more cats. I don't know if there's nudity, so whoops. Okay, no nudes. Okay, so, and then we also have this ranch going on, which is real weird. And it's over, it's presenting her work a little bit too. So that drawing you saw, I don't think it's going to let me zoom in on this more. No, it's not. I'm glad we're not taking a drink for every cat. I'm trying to because I'm getting a little bit dehydrated. Also, I wore shorts so I wouldn't get so overheated. I'm like hot and I'm never hot. I think it's because we're talking about evil stuff. So it's making me like grossed out. This piece of art that I cannot zoom into anymore is really weird. So I don't know, Marsh, if you can clip that and make it bigger. This one over here on the right. Wait, can I make it bigger like this? I don't think it'll make it much bigger. Nope. Nope, it won't. So it's this weird like dog thing going on in the bottom right. A dog demon. To me, it looks like a Moloch. Yeah, you know, I'm always in a sweatshirt though. I'm always in a sweatshirt. I used to wear jeans all the time in the summer too, so I'm kind of crazy like that. And then we just have a lot going on. We have people out here, her with the cats again. All of her art on the walls. It's kind of a weird place, I guess, to have it. We have a silver lady, another big cat with a lion. All these people obsessed with the art, the weird art. I'm going to zoom out because I think I can see it now. Wait, I zoomed in and out and now I'm stuck. Oh, there I am. Okay. The weird, like, demon dog thing. Yep. That one. Hold, please. I'm going to take a drink. So how are you guys? Man, I was so thirsty. I feel like I could, like, chug an entire water bottle right now. I feel like I've heard speculations about people who wear clothes not suited to the... what? When I comment on a channel, though, I end up having so many typos and stuff. And then sometimes I don't copy and paste it in my notes and then put it in there, and I've messed it up so much. So embarrassing. Okay, so here we go. This is one of the art pieces. I don't even know what this freaking thing is right here. If you know what it is 11:02 where I'm at. In God's time. In God's time. Eastern time. Eastern time. This is a dark soul painting, in my opinion. I feel like it's one of those statues that you read about in mysticism. The cats all look angry. They're all staring at you. There's another painting back there that seems to be like a weird cat thing. I think gargoyle is one of the words you can use. There's another term that's like a totem, a stone totem thing. I cannot remember. I used it I think it's a Moloch. Hold on. Let me Google that. No, that is not. But of course that word would come up when I'm talking about these things. Ew, do not Google those words. 1 second. I was told not to Google things when I'm live. A Pikachu? I'm confused because I've never even seen... All right, we're going to talk about that later. The little stone thing. That's weird. Weird. No, but Ember, I think you're more right. I can't freaking think of the word. And I used it the other day in language because I really like history. So I actually sometimes when I talk to people and I ask them questions about what religion they are or something, because I like to know for people that actually practice religions, information about it. Here we go. This is more clear. More clear, more disturbing. Also equally as its tongues out. Disgusting. So that's her artwork. Her citizenship is all over the fracking place. I'm not even joking. And Marsh noted this too. So I'm not more right. I made that up to see if you would believe me. Oh, wow, M. Wow. Did I say it was a chakalaka? I feel like there is like that same ending. That same, and I'm gonna do that to you next time. So she's in here getting her citizenship. It's in here a lot. The Russians are in here. You know, there's a lot of different things about why she came here. She ends up getting her citizenship out west, but it was really weird because all this stuff. So Russia led the nations with 42 representatives, Germany ranking second, Czechoslovakia 10, and British 6. Several candidates made long trips to attend the ceremony, and it's just real weird. There's somebody even coming from a plane from Canada. So Renate Druks, Loomer, Austrian, journeyed from Florida to receive her citizenship at the university and also witness his grandson's graduation from the University of Nebraska. Oh, Charles did that too. I suck at reading. Lincoln, Nebraska is where they went. Also very weird. It's like you travel from Florida to Lincoln, Nebraska. Why can't you just get your citizenship in Florida? Those are questions I have. Obviously, our citizenship process has not improved since the 1940s when it was created. Because you used to be able to be a stowaway and become a citizen that way before a lot of this started and we started the whole visa program. So it's just really weird to read about this, see that it's still a horrible system that's putting out fires instead of being accurate, being effective, saving money, making the process easier, making a good first impression for people wanting to become a part of your country. It's a little bit embarrassing to me that we're supposed to be a first world country and our citizenship process looks the way that it does. If you can see me taking a crap on my toilet, I think you can find out if someone is up to no good at their house. So that's just how I feel about that one. As well. So we have a lot of things going on. There's a lot of different wives with Harry Loomer. So I keep clicking on this and it's messing it up. Okay. So the third wife is Bo Williams Loomer. And there's a lot of people that the last names keep coming up. So it's not super relevant that we're going to talk about today. But I just wanted to let you know he was married 3 times. His last wife that he's married to is that Bo Williams Loomer with a son, Jeffrey of Tucson, Arizona, and a daughter, Valerie, in France. And then they have 2 stepsons, Joshua Williams in Tennessee and Daniel Williams of New York, and 9 grandchildren, Laura Loomer being one of them. So, out in Tennessee, I wonder if they're close to Baron and Candace. They should go get coffee or something. Ask a lot of questions. Joking. Okay. So, where this story gets even more weird is going to be about Harry Loomer and Carl Jung. All right. So I have like a key of how I'm going where so that you guys are not getting whiplash off the road. My high school studies teacher was Canadian and taught here for 20 years before he was able to get citizenship here. I feel like a lot of people don't know about this process. I actually have a similar story with somebody I've known for a long time, came to the country under the age of 10, moved to Texas with their whole family, and she was not allowed to really test to become a citizen until we were 23, I think. 23. She's one of the smartest people I know. Has her master's, very good work ethic. I used to work with her and she was a busser at the restaurant. And very good at computers, computer science, technology, all of the things. She moved here only knowing Spanish and went into 2nd grade only knowing Spanish in an English-speaking school. Did not get behind, taught herself Spanish in 2nd grade, and has been able to accomplish all of that. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I think that I want the right to be able to go to another country if I want to, and to be able to become a citizen if I want to. And I think if you're a good person and you're going to contribute to society, you should be able to do that. So, I just think it's real weird. So, we're going to talk about Harry Loomer and how he gets involved with all these weird people. Oh no, I lost my script. I'm joking. As well. So, one second, I need to scroll down. I went way above everything without going in order. Whoops. All right. So, when we're talking about, I'm going to go to his face. It's probably better than my note, huh? All right. It's about to get hairy up in here. I felt like that was like a party going like this. It's a disco. We're at the disco. Panic at the Loomer disco. So, Harry Panuckus Loomer was married to all of those people we just spoke about. Not all of them. That's weird. I guess if you're in a love cult, are you married to all of them, like spiritually? I don't know. So, Harry's born May 15th of 1909 in Brooklyn, New York. His father is also Pincus Loomer. Pincus, I think, is how you actually pronounce it in English. Don't quote me on that one. His father was a Manhattan laundry owner. So, I did mention that earlier, but his mother's name is Annie Klegman. She is from a Russian Judean family. He went to a city college in New York, and he graduated in 1932, and he was a part of Phi Beta Kappa from 1932 to 1935 in Germany. He is quoted in the Vienna Memorial Book saying Humboldt University in Berlin is where he went. The 1955 journal that I found says that he went to Heidelberg and Vienna. So it's a little bit weird. Through 3 different sources, there's 3 different schools he's going to, and it seems to be pretty messy on purpose. The one thing that I will note is in the fall of 1935, he transfers to the University of Vienna medical faculty, and he's living in a lot of different areas in a doctor's district in Germany that I found to be interesting. When he graduates in July of 1938 and graduated under a non-Aryan graduation 5 months after the Anschluss, I'm not saying that right either, event. That was very traumatic. August 12th of 1938, so July, August, 1 month, not even a month, it's like July 21st to August 12th, he marries that Renate Druks and fled to America together. So the thing that I found to be really weird is 1938 to 1940, from what the records seem to show, and there is a little bit of conflict, he is in Brooklyn, and he's an intern at the Israel Zion Hospital that's now known as Maimonides Medical Center. I think that's how you say that. His World War II draft card shows him being married to Renate, and it also shows a lot of other things I found to be a little bit weird. I'll zoom in on that. So here it is. It shows that Israel Zion Hospital. That's his name, Harry P. Loomer, MD. You can see Miss Renate Druks Loomer. That's his wife. He's a U.S. citizen. You can see his name spelled out there as well. His serial number. It's not there then, is it? So it's this one right here. Yep. It says 9 for no religion. That means no in German. So, see, I got it right, Liza. I got it right. I just found it weird to be no religion when you're in the. I was like, okay, all right, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Because it seems to be not really written down even in American records, which I found to be real bizarre. So, whatever floats your boat. 1941 to 1946, he seems to be in the U.S. Army Air Corps as a medical officer, flight surgeon in the rank of major. I had to Google what flight surgeon even meant. That is a thing, and it's real weird. So Google it if you want to know. But basically, it's somebody who performs surgery and medical things on boats, ships, all of the things, submarines. But the other weird thing is that this dude is going to school to be a psychiatrist, not a surgeon. So that's not weird at all, like Dr. Death or anything. September 3rd of 1943, his son Peter James Loomer was born in Sarasota, Florida, likely while Harry was stationed at the airfield there. So I also want to know, the war ends in 1945, and Harry doesn't come home. He goes to Switzerland, to Zurich. And the place that he's training when he's there is the Carl Jung Institute. So while Carl Jung was being investigated by the Allied intelligence as a possible war criminal, we're going to step out of Harry's biography for a minute and look at the allies that actually had on Jung, and then we'll come back to Harry because I think it's pretty important. So when we're talking about the Carl Jung investigation, I think, yeah, because this is all Harry. I mean, Harry's cool, but Harry's, just Harry. Man, I went way off the visuals. I'm like, boom, boom, boom. 1 second. I'm not even looking at my key. I'm like, I know where I'm going. This is like me going anywhere. Not asking for directions. Okay. Awkward. Is it down here? No. Okay. Anyways, we'll look at this. This is nice. This is a nice little, I like this one. This is from the Vienna registry, I think, the people that studied. I'm going to pull up the link I have. I think that's what my plan was. Good night, Jamie Lou Who. Have a good night. Carl Jung. Also, I want to know, Weird thing about Carl Jung. I kept spelling his name wrong. And it's because he actually changes the spelling of his name from a C to a K at one point, too, or a K to a C. And I thought that was real weird for Carl Gustav Jung to change that spelling. Nope. Nope. What in the freaking heck? I'm just going to go with this. That's not it. We're going to go with window. We're going there. Okay. So this is Carl Gustav Jung, and he's referred to a lot as CG, even by his family. He was born in 1875, and he's an interesting guy. I have to get my script so I remember what to say. Just kidding. I have my notes. So Jung has a lot going on, and this is a side trail that you probably need to make sure you're not going to twist an ankle on, because in 1933, the same year as Hitler is taking power, Jung becomes the president of the General Medical Society for Psychotherapy. In 1933, the same year, Jung also becomes the editor of the Trenstalblatt Psychotherapy. I'm probably not saying that right at all, but oopsie is all I can say. Both were Nazified under Hitler, and in 1939, he resigned. So the thing that's crazy to me is from like 1933 to 1939, everything's being Nazified, and he's there for 6 years and resigns. So I'm like, okay. In 1946, we have the Maurice Leon case. So Maurice is a prominent Wall Street lawyer in New York. In 1946, there's a legal memorandum filed, the case of Carl Jung and the pseudoscientists of the Nazi auxiliary. It argued that Jung should be considered as possibly the leading intellectual auxiliary of the German war criminals, and demanded that Jung be placed on trial in Nuremberg. The two declassified file sets are real, and you can request them today. You can see them from the U.S. National Archives in Maryland. There's also some CIA files. If you want to search that, one of them, and I can go into Carl Jung at one point separately, but is the case of Dr. Carl Jung and the pseudoscientists of the Nazi auxiliary. And also the UK National Archives of the war criminals, file number 2789 is the one that you want to look for. It's real weird. They were just classified around 2020, and they have a lot going on. The other thing I wanted to mention is there's also a counter narrative that seems to be reported throughout this. And the counter narrative is that Jung is an OSS agent 488. So in 1943, it's alleged that Jung was recruited by Alan Dulles as the head of the OS Bern, later the first civilian CIA director. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Kind of like Ehud Barak. So Jung's OSS code number was 488. Jung produced physiological profiles of Hitler and Nazi leadership. And per the biography, Dulles told Paul Mellon in a February 17, 1950 letter that Jung understood the characteristics and the sinister leaders of the Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. So the verdict and Leon's claims were dismissed by both the UK and the US authority. But the files exist, and a lot of them were sealed. A lot of them are also now declassified, and anyone can read them. The thing I do want to talk about, though, here as I wrap up who Jung is we have some other names that are really weird. So Jung also worked with Wolfgang Pauli, a Nobel Prize psych. I'm not going to say that. And Edith Rockefeller McCormick, a Standard Oil heiress. And that was around 1913. His network connected to General John Reese of an institute, Tavistock Institute, and Ernest Rudin, the Rockefeller-funded Nazi race science chief. And Franz Kallmann, Rudin's protege, who later worked at the New York State Psychiatric Institute along Paul Hock. And Paul Hock who is the same MKUltra consultant that Harry Loomer reported up to at Rockland. So all of this seems to be reported and pretty well documented across the board, that we have all of these people connecting together that are all in this space at the same time. A lot of them seem to be very obsessed with the same country or the same goal. And it's just really weird. So there's a lot going on there that is bizarre. This is a side profile of Carl Jung. It's like Ben Shapiro took his eyebrows, maybe. I'm like way zoomed in. He's a nice ear, I guess. Okay. So this is an article I really liked going through. Has a lot going on of him being in Austria, his life, the things that he posted, his expeditions. I mean, he's in East Africa. He's in the Nile, in that area. It's really weird because it's like East Africa 1920, East Africa 1925 to 1926. I'm like, okay, why are you everywhere? He's doing a lot of different testing in different areas, a lot of books, a lot of stuff in the same areas that we see Harry Loomer. It is speculated that Harry Loomer directly worked for him, and that's why there's not a lot on it. And it was a little bit of a different relationship. I don't want to make any accusations about that, but if we step back into the main path and back to Harry, because just 2 years at the Jung Institute, we're at the next chapter and it gets a little bit more weird. So when Harry's at the Rockland, I'm going to go back to the presentation. I hope you're paying attention, class. I'm just joking. I'm over here chomping on my gum. Okay. Do you remember when you couldn't have gum in school? I think sometimes people just hate everyone. I'm like, why can't you have gum? All right. I guess some people have to ruin it for everybody. So, okay. So you can see in here that he's a psychiatrist, a senior psychiatrist at the Rockland Psychiatric Center in New York in 1957. Colleague Dr. John Saunders, and described the successful use of this psychic energizer for 17 chronic hospital patients. So, gum does help me concentrate. So, in 1952, he's joining that research unit, and the unit Nathan Klein opened that year. So at this time, he's walking alongside Robert Schlobin, a confirmed KGB spy. Yeah, KGB. That KGB. We'll get to him. But he's working under the New York State Commissioner of Mental Hygiene, Paul Hawk, a CIA MKUltra consultant. The 1959 Rockland Senior Staff letter Loomer signed was sent by name to Paul Hawk. So the paper, the one that he did on the psychic energizer in 1957, which seems to be the one medical publishing that I could find from Loomer, has Loomer, Saunders, and Klein on it. And it's called A Clinical and Evolution of Ipronizid as a Psychic Energizer. I guess that was the first time somebody got Loomered. So there's a lot going on here. But before we follow this drug to Haiti, you need to know what it actually was, because the chemistry to this is a little bit weird, and I'm not pretending to be a professional on this. But when you look up what this is, hydrazine, which I was talking about earlier, and I think I briefly mentioned, was what the Nazis used as a rocket fuel component. And this is in Britannica. It's confirming it. It's used in rocket and jet propulsion as well. So it's a little bit weird. So the Comet rocket fighter used sea stuff, a mixture of hydrazine, hydrate, menthol, and water. And there's a few others with ballistic missiles and stuff that are derivatives of that hydrazine. So post World War II, there was a surplus of hydrazine, and it was sold cheaply to pharmaceutical houses. So the quote that I found from the Psychology Today that I wanted to know was, when World War II ended, there were large stocks of hydrazine available, which were sold at reduced prices to chemical and pharmaceutical houses. One buyer was Hoffman La Roche. So what I want to mention about Hoffman La Roche is Hoffman La Roche's Nutley, New Jersey lab developed both isoniazid and iproniazid as hydrazine derivatives. McGill University Office for Science and Society also confirmed this. And I will link these in the description, but you're going to get too bored going over all of these. Let's look at this picture of this dude we're talking about here. So the bottom line is, when Harry Loomer co-authored the foundational paper on the first antidepressant in 1957, the active ingredient was a chemical cousin to the fuel that powered the Comet in World War II and the bombs that fell on London during the Blitz. The same molecule family, and it was just a different application. So when we step back and we're back onto the main path of this, we go into the lawsuit. So in 1961, this iproniazid was pulled from the U.S. market for fatal hepatotoxy, and basically that is poisoning you. In 1964, Klein wins the Albert Klosser or Lasker Clinical Medical Research Award alone. Klein's winning this alone. I just really butchered that. So in 1964, Klein is winning the Albert Lasker Clinical Medical Research Award alone. His second Lasker, only two-time recipient of this award in history. So he's the only dude to have won it twice. I'm high on fumes, I know. High on fumes, I guess. High on these rocket fuel fumes. Or ethanol fumes, I guess. I like smelling that. Okay. So then in April of 1965, it is called the Medical Oscars. I should have put that in there. You know what's annoying? I was trying to be proper about all of this, but I'm not really. I mean, I'm proper, but not really. So I can't pronounce those things. Sorry about you. Go to somebody that can. I guess. I'm joking. Don't. Stay. I'm joking. You can do what you want. In April of 1965, Loomer then files a $1 million lawsuit against Klein in the Lasker Foundation. The charge is for false and fraudulent representations. Loomer's complaint is that Klein did none of the initial research or experimentation on the drug. Again, the complaint is that Klein did none of the initial research or experimentation on the drug. Quote, Klein's name was affixed to reports because it was the courtesy to him as the director of research. Loomer dropped out and Saunders kept going. So June 7th of 1981, the New York Court of Appeals, Klein paid Saunders $3,333. So that number we keep saying everywhere, 33, is how much Klein paid Saunders for this lawsuit that Harry Loomer dropped out of, even though he said Klein didn't do the initial research. His name was on there as a courtesy. So he's paying him $3,333 and $20,000 of court cost. So in 17 years, 2% what is sought was done in the lawsuit. Harry also never published another scientific paper. His first paper was his last paper of his whole scientific research career, allegedly. So in his late career, though, he's in the 1960s, he's the director of the geriatric guidance clinic at the Menorah home in Brooklyn. He's doing mirror microphone therapy. I have a theory about mirrors, so that makes me uncomfortable in itself. In 1970, he retired, and then he was a consultant for the Columbia County Department of Mental Health. He's still living in New York, and he dies at the Columbia Memorial Hospital in Hudson, New York in 1955 at the age of 86. His New York Times obituary printed his name as Harry Loomer. Even though Harry B was not his middle name, his name is shown as Harry B. Loomer, and they even got his name wrong on the obituary. That is true. Take it in. Take it in. I guess a B and a P are kind of the same. You just put it like another butt cheek on there, and it's kind of the same thing, apparently. I also wanted to mention his son that passed away about 31 years after his death from his first marriage with Renate is not in here at all. So I do find that to be a little bit sad. As well. But your family usually writes your obituary. So maybe his family sucks. I mean, the ones we know are so great. So Peter's not mentioned in his father's obituary. I just got a little bit sad and kind of wanted to cry about that. So now we're going to go down a little bit away from Harry, and we're going to go to his coworker, to the MKULTRA chain. And this is where we get to zombies, literal zombies. So I know that that sounds insane, almost as insane as being Loomered yourself. So we have, I'm pretty sure. So there's a bunch of articles. I did want to say one of the things that I thought was really interesting about Harry Loomer as well is that he seems to talk a lot about how, I mean, the word tranquilizing drugs is in here and how dramatic and great they can be, I guess. I don't know how great that can be, but what I will say is he talks a lot about medical safety, not basically paralyzing people on purpose and making sure that they're just not giving people drugs that don't necessarily need them. For somebody who has the weird omitted past that he has, along with a first wife that has a weird omitted past, I wonder sometimes, and throughout this, and as I was digging, is the reason why he talks about that more than a lot of the other people that were fathers of psychiatric science and psychiatric testing and mental health drugs and antidepressants, is the reason because he saw the other really dark side of this in World War II. I feel like there's a big part of this missing that's been erased, and I wish that I knew more about that. So I think that there might be a reason why that Harry B. Loomer is in there, and it's just weird to me. So I'm gonna keep going to the weather. Do you care what the weather was like? It was low in the 50s on this day. But this is just showing a bunch of those articles. He's got a nice hat. I mean, it takes a lot to grow a mustache, though. I guess. I don't know. I've never grown one, actually. So I don't know. I also wanted to note the pictures of Nathan Klein and Harry Loomer are in here. And Nathan Klein's a little bit interesting when we talk about Haitian zombies. So Klein was in here. There's a lot about this FDA. I pronounce it again. We have all of this in here. It's talking about Heidelberg and Vienna. Detour. I was looking. Oh, the medical Oscars is in here. The Mind Doc sues another for $1 million for $1 million in laurels. That's loony. So here he is again, though. I mean, look at this. What is that? The first Tiger King, everybody. The first Tiger King. That is really weird that there's one of those in here, actually. I have a same feeling, Jewel. I'm not really quite sure. I'm going to be really honest. When I was looking for the actual archive of his education, a lot of these people have... So the Vienna record's really interesting, but I was thinking about FOIA requesting a few things, and then I really like the way that Europe does a few things, but after the war, a lot of records were destroyed, and in Vienna specifically. And also, Carl Jung was hiding a lot of what he was doing. So it's hard to know. You know, when you hear about those people in college, you hear that they were so wonderful and they helped us and blah, blah, blah. And then you read what they did, and you're like, yeah, I mean, the mustache, I think, clocks, Jay. I do think, I mean, I don't even know, like, it's like bald right here. And then boom, is that drawn on? Is that not even a mustache? Is that just that guy's like facial structure? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So, it's weird. It says Klein made false and fraudulent representations. There's a Tiger King. We got all these people in here. The motion to stop it is in here as well. LaRoche is in here again that I was speaking about, that Hoffman and LaRoche. And Ember did mention this earlier today, and I do agree. Hoffman is another name that keeps coming up in this story. We also have the Loomers that seem to be in the political space as well. Is that such a coincidence? Here's him at the geriatric thing I was mentioning earlier with a microphone. Maybe he has a podcast. I'm joking. Oh, that was Salvador Dali, the OG Disney LSD-esque movies dude. I love that for us. That is so appropriate for a magazine or a newspaper. Is his mustache really that weird? Because if it is, not working. Okay. All right, I'm going to skip that because I have a bunch of stuff about Maxwell in here. All right, these are more of the record. I don't want to convert it. Okay. These are more of the records that you can see when you're looking him up as well. Harry Loomer, he's in here a lot. See the Klein? A lot of things going on. A lot of names. I wish people still wrote in cursive. I didn't know that kids weren't getting taught cursive anymore. It makes me really sad, actually. There's Loomer. All right. And then over here, another article. So he did marry his second wife, was Doris Rosenberg of Brooklyn, New York, he had the 2 children. So Jeffrey, the rheumatologist in Tucson, Arizona, and Valerie, who is married but seems to use both Capelli and Loomer in France. So yes, Laura Loomer does have a French auntie. Oh, he was a baby in a chair. Jay, that's crazy. So yeah, Valerie Ann is born here in 1956. And then when Harry dies, there's a monument. So the unveiling of the monument in loving memory of the late Harry Loomer, beloved husband of Libby, dear father of Joyce, Peter, and the late Mark, dear brother-in-law and uncle, will take place on Saturday at the Besberia Cemetery. So yeah, that's in there in Canada. In Canada. So may not be him, I guess. But now, hold on. Marsh, we need to double check that math. I think, with his obituary. So. Oh, well, that's so sad that she Loomered you. Don't let her Loomer you. People can only Loomer you if you let them. You can get loony and try to Loomer people all you want, but you got to kind of be just as crazy to let them do it. Don't give them that power. You're the only one that can decide. I used to hate this one. I see. Okay. I thought you were pointing at that book, telling me to look at it. You're the only person that can decide how you feel at the end of the day. And I used to hate hearing that all the time. Best mentor I've ever had in my life, Bob. If you hear this, I hope you don't, because I feel like you're going to give me good feedback, but it's going to hurt coming from you. Because I look up to you so much. Because you're old. Just kidding. But you are the only person that is in control of your emotions, and the world is not always about you. So a lot of times, the reason why someone lashes out at you, freaks out at you, is nasty to you, has nothing to do with you, whether you want to believe it or not. A lot of times, people are just fighting their own internal battles, and they're hurting so much that they don't know how to react and how to treat other people, and they just get kind of consumed by anger, sadness, rage, all of the emotions, feeling helpless. And all you can do is decide how you react to that. So I agree, don't take anything personal. You are your own person, and we all should be our own people. Like, I think the collective is really important, but they don't know what you're going through either. And a lot of the times I feel like people are not honest and open about what they're feeling, what they're thinking. Open communication doesn't happen. I think that leads to a lot of issues because there ends up being a lot of resentment in a lot of different ways, and people assuming that people know how the other people feel. I'm not a mind reader. Most people are not mind readers. I would hope nobody's a mind reader. That would be a horrible thing. Like, if you could read minds like Edward in Twilight, I already don't want to leave my house. I would never want to leave my house ever, because I feel like you would just think of the things people post on the internet. You know, the things you'd be hearing all day. Age is just a number in a lot of ways when you're thinking about, like, I take that back. In appropriate ways, to me, age is just a number, but the person I'm talking about that was a mentor is in his 80s and is still running triathlons and more physically active than anyone in their 50s I know. And honestly, I mean, he says, dude, he was so with it, so hip. And honestly, just kind of immature at times too, in a good way. I feel like it's a blessing and a curse. I mean, age is just a number in your brain once you get to a certain age. I do think, I forget how old I am all the time too. I have to ask my husband all the time. I'm like, how old am I? Because I can't do math. That's the main reason. And then after 21, does anyone remember how old they are? I don't think so, especially women. We don't care. So I also want to mention, when we're talking about some of these other things in here, one second. One second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to get that out, and I was not about to do that on camera. I didn't even drink any bubbly water, so I have no idea what just happened. But all right, we're gonna get back on the subject and finish this up because I'm getting tired. So when we're talking about the MKUltra chain, I mentioned Paul Hawk. That's what I was talking about, and he's Loomer's institutional boss. When we're speaking about Paul Hawk, he was appointed by the New York State. We're going to talk about volume in a minute. The State Commissioner of Mental Health and Hygiene by Governor Averell Harriman in 1955. He was reappointed by Governor Nelson Rockefeller. He was the director of experimental psychiatry in New York at the State Psychiatric Institute of Columbia. He was also the CIA consultant of Project MKUltra. He was a member of the American Eugenics Society. You heard that again. American Eugenics Society. And he worked alongside Nazi-era eugenicists Franz Kalmel, who was Ernest Rudin's protege. So the same guy who is mentioned at one point in the Jung side panel, if you want to get deep into that. So it's a little bit weird. I'm glad there are multiple people in here that have to use calculators and suck at math, because I'm going to get really honest with you. There's so many people on this story that are weird that I don't even think you could count them. So there is that one. So this is aggressive, but this Paul Hawk guy, who is Loomer's boss, killed Blower. So Harold Blower, a tennis pro, 42, on January 8th of 1953 with 450 milligrams of an MDA injection. Yes, the drug MDA. So it's okay. 25 years, half a cent. Wait, I just thought half a century was 25 years. So I just made you younger by half. You're welcome, because I can't do math. It's okay. I'm kind of hypersensitive in certain ways too, but I have to remind myself that everything is not about me all the time. And I tell it to my friends in a very loving and endearing way, even though sometimes that's a very hurtful thing to hear. And I don't mean like I'm like, oh, it's your birthday, not everything's about you. I mean like, so see, someone thought the same thing. Lacey, I see you out there. We think she's only 25. So basically, we're all going to the club tonight. I'm going to be in sweats. I hope that there are like cheese curds or something. I also don't drink because I don't think the world could handle me drinking a gin and tonic anymore. But I'll go and eat some food and stuff and tell you that you're 25. And we could pretend it's your birthday even. So this Ian Hawke kills this dude with the MDA injection. Getting back to the story, and it's documented in Barrett versus the United States. The Blower family. I hate this last name because it's spelled Blower. I don't know. The family won. The Blower family won $700,000. Hawke's partner James Cattell, as some say too, told investigators, "We didn't know whether it was dog piss or what we were giving him." So that's in there. The investigators were told, "We didn't know whether it was dog piss or what it was we were giving him." So were they like injecting dog piss into people? Like, that's the question I have on here. It's like, listen, I need both. I've scrunched my forehead so much. I've realized on camera, I'm so overdue for Botox. This is the longest I've ever went without it. I'm not even wearing the hat because of that. It just started when I was looking for my binoculars one night and I never want to take it off. So, and then I don't have to wash my hair all the time to get on. And I like adventure. I do wear this hat every time I go anywhere. I've taken it so many places. It's been to Costa Rica. It's been to the Bahamas. It's been to Ecuador. It's been to Arizona. It's been everywhere. It's been to St. George. I just like ate my microphone. I might be hangry. Within 48 hours of Blower's death, Amadeo Marazzi, the chemical court's contract officer, met with Hawke and instructed cover-up. The records from this were buried for 23 years. When Hawke died in 1964, Ewan Cameron directed his funeral. The same Cameron who ran MKUltra's most notorious experiments in Montreal, Canada. Okay? So, the dude who's like the most notorious in Canada for MKUltra is directing Hawke's funeral, who killed somebody, and his friend that did it with him, his coworker, said, we didn't know if we were injecting him with dog pee-pee. What in the hell is going on? I don't really know. It sounds like they've been hanging around too many demons or something. Like, I'm like, Aleister really got to y'all? Got something on you? I don't know, but I don't. No, thank you. Don't want to be in that friend club. I will have no friends at all. Yeah, no, okay. If you're a Botox, I'm jealous. It's 11 o'clock. I don't think my person would ever do that. I did not just randomly say hey. That is so Marsh, why'd you say hey out of nowhere? That's so funny. Carol, I get Botox for migraines too. I'm not good at winking when I try. Oh, it said Marsh is saying that because I said that I had no friends. I do consider you one of my best friends, so don't even. I have like 5 friends. I have 5 friends because I like to pour my soul into my people. It's what I do. I pour my soul into the people I love, my whole soul, and if I can't do that, I feel like I'm doing you a disservice. So, it's hard, but I have to have time for me. And honestly, I haven't even talked to one of my best friends just had a baby. The other one's about to have a baby if you're seeing this. So pray for them and pray for my friend's recovery. She just had a baby and we're in her 30s. And she named it Jet. So basically, she named it after me because I like being on jets. My favorite thing to do when I'm traveling, when I first get on an airplane, because I wear this little like Patagonia zip thing and I have like 3 water bottles in the front zipper and like all of these other things, is to go in the bathroom and take a selfie in the mirror and see if it has a blue light when you shut the door, and then freak out and try to take it with my phone over my face because I don't like taking selfies before someone walks in and sees me taking the picture. So yeah, Spirit Airlines, they closed. They did not have the blue light. Allegiant did though. I guess Spirit should have had the blue light. Oh, that's not even funny. Quality, not quantity. I agree with this. I'm a designer bag girly. Whether Marsh makes fun of me about it a lot. He used to. Now he's going to because I said that. But when I grew up, I really wanted to be a purse designer for a while. And then I took a bunch of, I don't even know what it was called, like home ec. No, it's not home ec, like family and consumer sciences classes. Listen, the reason I don't have a lot of friends is because I am not a girly girl. I mean, I like a purse here and there and stuff. And I like nice things here and there. I'm never going to dress up unless I want to. It's just not me. And then also, I'm never going to like care about what I wear in that way. So when you make somebody take all of these other classes when I just want to design purses, that's a scam. I don't want to know how to make a t-shirt. I don't care. I want to like draw a purse, bro. It's like not even cool. So, I'm going to wrap this up because we're going to talk about some Haitian zombies, and I'm not joking. So, I think I have this in the wrong order, and it's my fault a little bit. I'm going to zoom out so you can see the main names as I'm going through. Because I don't think, yeah, we have Paul Hawk all the way up here that we're talking about. Off of Harry Loomer. So we have a lot of people. We have the Robert Schulben, the KGB agent, Carl Jung from the Jung Institute, Paul Hawk from MKULTRA, and then we also have Nathan Klein, who we're going to talk about as well. So I'm going to take this off for a second. Okay. So at the beginning of 1952, the same year, Loomer joined the Rockland. Both the CIA and Fort Detrick's Special Operations Division formalized a written 2-year, $1 million contract with the New York Psychiatric Institute, officially Project MK Naomi, an adjunct to Artichoke and MKUltra. Yes, Project Artichoke. I know some of you have heard Project Artichoke with Candace, and Project Artichoke, I can pull it up at a certain, I see what you guys are saying, and I kind of want to show you what I have over there because I got a new one last year I did not think I was ever going to get. I see in the comments, and it's the wine Pochette Matisse, if you know what that is. And my husband surprised me when I had already bought a bag a little bit earlier, And this was my dream bag that I really wanted a few years ago, and it sold out immediately. But the shade was a little bit more cherry. For all the dudes, just like, blur this out, this part, as I look up Project Artichoke. And I even asked the sales associate, I said, are you ever going to get this? And again, this is like my dream bag. I want it so bad, blah, 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 blah. They say no. I'm like, I don't like being told no, but okay. So I wait and I wait and I wait like 2 years. And then all of a sudden I get an email that I never thought I would get. And I just checked it, and I never checked my personal email. And lo and behold, it was a wine Pachette Matisse. So I feel like I have to show it to you eventually now. Jewel, if you care, because it's the coolest thing ever. One second. All right. So yeah, this will show it right here. Okay, share. All right, so Project Artichoke was basically, it's an offshoot of MKUltra, in my opinion. So it's again a mind control program by the Office of Scientific Intelligence. We have a lot of different people in here. Artichoke was selected with sardonic humor from the street appendage given to New York City gangster Terra Nova, who was referred to as the Artichoke King. I don't even know, is that supposed to be a private part? Because ew. And then the weird thing is in the course of the Cold War, the CIA conducted countless research projects as an effort to crack the code of human consciousness, a variable in the Manhattan Project of the mind with costs for psychological research and the operations that reached a peak $1 billion a year. So we see a last name McCoy. In the period from 1950 to 1962, the mind became the battleground for the new weapons of mass persuasion and interrogation techniques. So the CIA believed that the Russians had developed mind control techniques and wanted to find out how humans would hold up under a plethora of interrogation methods to extract information from captured agents and evaluate how far the agency's own personnel could be penetrated. It's a weird way to say any of that. Candace has said quite a few of these things, but they're doing things all over the place. All right, so Project Bluebird was renamed to Artichoke. Project Artichoke also included in-house experiments on interrogation techniques, including why can I not say hypnosis? That's not even a hard word to say. I think I am a little bit dyslexic with the words when I have to read out loud. Forced morphine addiction and withdrawal, and the use of other chemicals, among other methods, to produce amnesia and other vulnerable states in subjects. So at first, agents used cocaine, marijuana, heroin, and other things, but then increasingly saw LSD as a promising drug. The subjects who left this project were fogged with amnesia, resulting in faulty and vague memories of the experience. Overseas investigations were also a part of this Project Artichoke. And there was a lot of things like the sodium pentothal, also known as sodium thiopental or just thiopental, and rapid onset short-acting barbiturate, previously administered as the first of 3 drugs during the lethal injections in the United States. Its usage ceased only because the U.S. manufacturer Hospira stopped manufacturing the drug, and the EU banned the export of the substance in 2011. So, it's weird. They're interrogating people. They're trying to see what can happen. This is saying CIA officials for having his staff maintain a systemic file on every homosexual and suspected homosexual among the ranks of the federal employees, as well as those who worked on Washington Capitol Hill. I don't know. That's weird to care about that, I guess. And then in the early 1953, the State Department employee John C. Montgomery. Do you guys see that name? John C. Montgomery, 1953. I think that may come back up later. The State Department employee handled considerable classified material. He hung himself in his Georgetown Tom house after learning of his addition to Gainer's List. Ew. That's an interesting way to say that, too. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, basically, what I was finding with this is that they were looking for patsies. I'm trying to find in here. Yeah. The artichoke team visited blank during period of January 15th to January 8th to January 15th of 1954. The purpose of the visit was to give an evaluation of hypothetical problem, namely, can an individual of blank descent be made to perform an act of attempted assassination involuntarily under the influence of artichoke? So if artichoke, it does mean a private part, and they're making a list of gay people, I don't know what's going on, but I mean, it's already faking gay just by what they're doing. And then, like, gay people are going to be gay. Like, you're going to have them assassinate somebody. And then, of a certain descent, you read how many asterisks there are right there. There's a country in the Middle East that a descent would fit there. And then there's also another race that I don't think would fit with that you could put in there. So it's a little bit weird. And probably why we now do whatever they say. So that's what's on there. That's what's on there. It's weird. It's a little bit weird. I don't like it. I'm going to go back to the... Oh, you can see how I was putting... I can't even pronounce the things when I have it right like that. So you're welcome. But there was a time... Now I'm way zoomed in. Oh, Lord in heaven above. Okay. So, the top secret CIA memorandum dated in January of 1954, uncovered 46 years later in 2000, states the contract was for... Don't show that. Why are you showing that? I don't want people to see how I'm reading. It's going to stress me out, bro. I'm laughing that you just did that. The exclusive states the contract was for, and I quote, the exclusive purposes of devising biological weapons that could be targeted at individuals for the purposes of affecting human behavior with the objectives ranging from temporary minor disablement to more serious and longer incapacitation to death. Purposes of affecting human behavior with the objectives ranging from very temporary minor disablement to more serious and longer incapacitation. Obviously, I can't say that. To death. I don't know. It's kind of gross. Hawk was the principal investigator at the New York SPI during those contract years. So then we have Stephen Kisner's Poisoner-in-Chief, 2019, naming Hawk as the key MKUltra collaborator with the CIA chief chemist Sidney Godeliebe. Not going to say that right. So then we have Robert Schlobin, the KGB spy at Rockland alongside Loomer. He was a Lithuanian Judean psychiatrist. He was sent to America by a chief overseas, Laura, I'm not going to say that, in Beria in 1940. He stole OSS documents at Sandia nuclear weapon photos. Gottlieb. Thanks for that one, Marsh. This one's gross. He also, in my research, I saw used 100 adolescent boys at Rockland as a cover-up. His KGB cover name, Roman Venora, is what was used in decryptions. He was arrested in 1960 by the FBI. Lacey, I know, I can't help it, man. He was convicted in 1961 with a life sentence, and then he fled to a tiny country in the Middle East with a forged Canadian passport. He was deported, and then he took his life. Okay. Do you know what day this man took his life? September 11th of 1962. So that's not weird at all. By barbiturate overdose on a deportation flight. I don't even know how you're allowed to get that stuff on your own. I think you would have to, on a deportation flight and everything else. Like, I would assume that someone else is doing that to you or for you, and maybe that's just the cover story because that doesn't make any sense. Loomer also signed the 1959 Rockland Senior Staff letter alongside Schlobin, the same letter copied by name to Paul Hawk. So that's Harry Loomer's working environment. And now we're going to follow the drug. So down and to the right, I'm going to go here in a second, to a man whose name became more famous than the drug, to Nathan Klein, and to Haiti, the same Haiti that you see the Clintons in. So when we're talking about Nathan Klein, I'm making sure I have it right. All right. Nathan Klein. So this dude literally has a psychiatric research center named after him. All right. That same drug, Ipronazid, that we were talking about with that lawsuit earlier, that was his boss that didn't really do the initial testing. So he was born in 1916, died at 1983 at the age of 66 due to open heart surgery complications. That is 33 plus 33, if you are wondering and can't do math like myself. As well. He has a degree from NYU. In 1952, he opened the research unit at the Rockland State Hospital. The only two-time recipient of that medical Oscar award, so the Albert Lasker Clinical Medical Research Award, in 1957 for Rauwolfia, and in 1964 for Ipronazid. He also founded the American College of Neuropsychopharmacology. I think I did that one right. No, don't show my notes. In 1961. The Rockland Research Institute was renamed to the Nathan Klein Institute after his death. So here's where things get a lot more weird. There's a Haitian project, and it's the center's Mars Klein. So in 1957, there's visits to the bidet, like the thing that cleans your booty, asylum in Haiti. He meets Dr. Luis Mars, son of Jean Price Mars, and then meets President-elect Francis Papadoc. That's what people call him. In August of 1958, the cornerstone is laid by him, or by Duvalier himself. In April 7th, 1959, the Center of Psychiatry, basically this is in French, the Center of Psychiatry at the Neurological Mars Klein opens in Haiti. It's founded by 3 pharmaceutical companies. So with Schierig and Hoffman LaRoche, that same Hoffman LaRoche that was mentioned earlier. Hoffman LaRoche is the same company that supplied Ipronazid at Rockland, and it's the same company. Operated 30 years, both Duvalier dictatorships in this area. This place today remains the only modern psychiatric facility for acute mental illness in Haiti. 30 years. This is the only one. And here's where it takes a hard left, literally to zombies. So, it's a little bit off of his, the thing that's named after him. But Here's him, the developer of antidepressant, dying as well. I mean, it's not like super exciting. You can see all of this. Nathan Klein. This was honestly the weirdest thing I had read when it happened. I also wanted to know, referenced in quite a few things, invited to things about space flight, so that's weird. When I have all these things coming out, they know nothing. Oh, they had to know what was going on. They knew what was going on. They were doing the going on, you know? They were doing the going on. Okay, so give me 1 second because I have tabs. So, I didn't even show some of these because I got so overwhelmed because I had so many of them. Antidepressant history, no. Medical Oscars, way past that. Okay, I think this one actually does say it. All right. I'm going to tell you, this dude is good at covering it up. They were the going on. They were going on. It's like, it's kind of gross. These were the people that your parents were like, they can come to our house and that's it. I'm joking. Not really. They did know how to dose this up and experiment this. That's what they were doing. So Nathan S. Klein is widely heralded as the father of American psychopharmacology and the discoverer of the original antidepressant and antipsychotic drugs in the 1950s and 1960s. There's a new area in medicine. It's just a little bit crazy. I mean, look at that nice little sculpture behind him. Klein clearly recognized the vast influence that his discoveries would have, not only for psychiatry, but for the future of humanity. That's an interesting way to put that. I do think Loomer was not the first. The Loomer we know was definitely not the first one to get Loomered. And I actually do feel quite bad for her mom because when I read about this, I feel sympathy for her. Quite a lot of sympathy for her. All right, so this person is saying that they treated somebody who saw Klein years earlier in the 1960s. The patient was paying $900 for a consultation with Dr. Klein in his private office in Manhattan, a small price to pay given the patient's life, and it was being completely overtaken by his extreme mood swings, and no treatment up to that time was able to help him. At the time, when most psychiatrists were psychoanalysts, Klein was investigating with psychotropic drugs, and the patient was desperately seeking relief. For the first time in his life, the patient was diagnosed with manic depression and started on a new drug called lithium. To this day, the patient credits Dr. Klein saving his life and giving him hope for the meaningful, productive existence. Despite Klein's widespread success and optimism in the promise of pharmacology, he frequently warned of the misuse and overuse of psychiatric medications, and in 1957, Klein wrote, "The tranquilizing drugs, as I have repeated and strongly urged, should only be used for treatments of those whose mental health and emotional state disables them. The picture of the snarling, vicious, dangerous monkey transformed by a few milligrams of chemical into a friendly, tranquil, and happy animal fascinates me in a horrendous way. Such a creature is pleasure to have around the laboratory, but he would not last 10 minutes in his native jungle. Similarly, mankind is perfectly capable of tranquilizing itself into oblivion." So, Klein also had Austrian psychoanalyst Paul Schilder as his mentor. at the Rockland hospital where Klein was doing that research. He was doing some of this stuff and going on. Klein was also friendly towards his colleagues, even though he disagreed with them on a lot of things with mental disorders. So that's really interesting. And then it's just kind of weird because a number of well-respected psychiatrists speak up about the limitations of the biological approach and how agreeing and disagreeing with him and how medicine can be appropriate. And heeds Dr. Klein's wise and ominous warning as well, because they saw the same things. In here, I also wanted to note, because it's not talked about a lot, there is another drug, Ralwolfia, in the early treatment of disorders in 1957 as well. That's the first thing he won that award for. I'm like losing my voice really bad right now. God's saying, stop talking. So the early treatment and successes he had helped deinstitutionalize people, leading to nationwide closure of asylums. Because he's also a major proponent in the lithium and bipolar disorder and recognized its potential usefulness in alcoholism. So the reason why we no longer have insane asylums is because we were letting people out that needed full care into the public and just kind of tranquilizing them is what I'm reading. I also think that's such an ironic thing to hear. I have to fix my hat. When we hear people like Josh Hammer say, Candace Owens needs to go in a psych ward. Well, bro, you can thank Nathan Klein for that one. Are you tranquilized? I mean, who'd he study with? Who'd he work for? Who was he in the circles with? Who closed psych wards? Who owns pharmaceutical companies? So we all know. It's flooding the feed a little bit. Which brings us to an actual zombie. All right, so this person from 1922 died in 1994, apparently. Oh, I don't think really. I mean, Laura Loomer has been to a psych ward a few times, but I don't think Candace Owens needs one. But Josh Hammer is always tweeting silly things. What's crazy is I think I actually get more views than Josh Hammer. I didn't even think I would ever say that out loud. No offense to him, but he's a horrible. Okay, so I can't read out loud when I get nervous. But I'm doing better than that. I'm gonna tell myself I am. So basically, this man that's a zombie, like Josh Hammer's debate skills, even though he went to law school, was claiming to have been turned into a zombie by a practitioner of Haitian voodoo and forced to work as a slave. So one hypothesis for the account was that he'd been held, administered a neurotoxin such as a paralyzing pufferfish venom as well. So, which rendered him helpless and seemingly dead. What? I mean, I love a pufferfish, but bro, what the hell? The greatest proponent of this possibly was Wade Davis, a graduate student in ethnobotany at Harvard. So this person admitted himself to a hospital operated by American medical staff in Haiti in 1962. He had a fever and fatigue and was spitting up blood. Doctor could find no explanation for his symptoms and gradually grew worse until he appeared to die 3 days later. Okay. He was pronounced dead and held in cold storage for about a day before burial. So again, I guess it doesn't. In 1962. Okay. 1962. That's when that happens. In 1980, a man identifying himself as the same name, Clairvirus Narcissi, I can't even say that, approached another person, the deceased person's sister, and was immediately recognized by his family and several other villagers. And he further convinced them of his identity by using a childhood nickname and sharing intimate family information. He recounted that he had been conscious but paralyzed during his supposed death and burial, and had subsequently been removed from his grave and forced to work at a sugar plantation. Per his account, after his apparent death and subsequent burial in 1962, his coffin was exhumed and given a paste, possibly made from datura, which at certain doses has hallucinogenic effects and can cause memory loss. The Bokur who recovered him and then reportedly forced him alongside others to work at the sugar plantation until the Bokur's death 2 years later. When the Bokur died and potentially regular doses of the hallucinogen ceased, he eventually regained his sanity. Because the instigator of poisoning was suspected to be Clairvirus's brother, with whom he had quarreled over land and inheritance, Clairvirus only returned home after he heard of his brother's death 16 years later. I mean, this is like a real thing. It's really weird. When he told them the story of how he was dug up from his grave and enslaved, the villagers were surprised, but they believed his story and that he was been a zombie. When questioned, he told investigators that the sorcerer involved had taken his soul. It had been suggested that the one reason he had been targeted to become a zombie was because he abandoned his children. So he's kind of a deadbeat, literally, as a zombie. Sorry, that was a bad dad joke. The case puzzled so many doctors because his death was documented and verified by testimonies of 2 American doctors. So the case was argued to be the first verifiable example of a transformation an individual into a zombie. His story intrigued Haitian psychiatrist De Jong. Though dismissing supernatural explanations, De Jong believed there was some degree of truth to the tales of zombies, and he had been studying such accounts for decades. Suspecting that zombies were somehow drugged and then revived, De Jong reached out to colleagues in America. Canadian ethnobotanist Wade Davis traveled to Haiti, where he obtained samples of powders purportedly used to create zombies. After various anthropological investigations of zombie stories, Davis hypothesized that a Bokur had given him a dose of powdered chemical mixture containing the pufferfish toxin and a toad toxin through a braided skin, inducing a coma that mimicked the appearance of death. He was then allowed to return to his home, where he collapsed and died and was buried. Davis, based on this claim on the presumption that the toxins are not always fatal, but at near lethal doses can leave a person in a state of near death for several days with the person remaining conscious. Davis then hypothesized that he was dosed with this after his body was recovered to create a compliant zombie-like state until the Bokur died and stopped receiving this poison or toxin. Davis does not suggest that the zombie powder containing this toxin was used in maintaining mental slaves, but for producing the initial death and resurrection that convinced the victims that those who knew them had become zombies. What? All right. So, you're wondering, what do you mean? What's going on? There's a lot about the blood-brain barrier. There's movies about it. It's a little bit weird. There's a lot of folklore in Haiti about zombification. I know this is wild. Gosh, damn it. That's so funny. All right. But this story is so bizarre because he's pronounced dead by those 2 physicians. Death certificate signed. 18 years later, he's coming back home. Uses his boyhood nickname, only the family knew. And he's talking about it. So, what I want to say, how this all ties together. So, Dr. Duan, the Haitian psychiatrist, contacted Nathan Klein, the guy we were just talking about in New York. So the group, organized by Klein, raised the funds to send a Harvard student to Haiti. And the Harvard Botanical Museum's Richard Schultz recommended Wade Davis. So that Wade Davis was there for 2 years, traveling to Haiti and Klein's funding, and was identifying all of that. There's a lot of papers that support this. And there's even a Harvard Magazine covered story, Are Zombies Real?, from January to February of 1986. And Klein stated the motivation as medical applications, particularly anesthesiology. So Klein actually died during that open heart surgery before the project was completed. So that's not weird at all. But maybe he should have been a zombie. There's a lot of things in here about the secrets of Haiti's living dead. And this is just going over it so that you don't think I am as nuts as you probably do. I mean, this literally has it in here. The history of Haiti and the Dominican is a very sad history. I know a lot about it because I've been to the Dominican Republic on a trip. And I wanted to educate myself before I went there, and it is just a lot. It's very sad. It's very heartbreaking. So this is just showing you all of this, I think. Yeah, you can see Nathan Klein right here. It's in the article. 1, 2, 3. No, that's Kling. Okay. All right. I forgot about that. And I think this one isn't going to show. Yeah. So I did want to talk about this one real quick, but I knew that it wasn't going to share easy because it had a blocker. I don't even know how to yap this long. I always think, oh, I'm going to get it done fast. Marsha's like, you're going to be on there for 7 hours. You're going to do 7 million hours. And I'm like, no, never. And then I do. Okay. This article, really interesting to me. And I was right. The title, British Psychiatry from Eugenics to Assassination. Really interesting. It was tying a lot of things with this zombie assassination type thing going on here that I think relates exactly to this. I mean, Bill Clinton's in here, has been the target of at least 15 assassination threats. He's going to Haiti. We have freaking Victor Marx in Haiti. You know, Vaughn Kennedy's up in the Haiti. We have Klein not being able to finish the end of the zombie project. We have these guys with the brows, the guy that's missing the eyebrows. It's like, what is going on? Why are these people doing this type of testing? Why is the Scottish Rites in here? Why is this a literal article that is factual? Like, this is, I can't even read this out loud on the air. Just take a second and take that in. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Carl Jung. That's heavy. So sad. I'm getting sad just looking at all this again. I'm not going to read it to you because I can't read. All right. So when we're going back up to the maze and we're going back to Harry, who was suing Klein for $1 million, Harry was also building a second family with a different wife, different kids, and 2 kids who could not be more different from each other. The first kid is the one who matters in this story of what this title is about. He's Laura Loomer's father. So we follow Harry's second marriage down the line to the bottom, to the Tucson rheumatologist, onto the pharma advisory panels. So we have Jeffrey Loomer. Born to Harry Loomer and his second wife, Doris Rosenberg. His bachelor's degree at SUNY and also a master's at Barry University, the same school Laura later attended. He also has a degree at the St. George University in Grenada in 1987. So that's tropical. And he interned at the Greater Baltimore. He had a residency at the Yukon and in 1988 to 1990. He also had a fellowship at Dartmouth. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hitchcock from 1990 to 1992, and had a solo private practice in Tucson from 1992 to present. He, this is a picture of him as well. So he's a board certified rheumatologist who joined the AARA and has that private practice since 1992. That's a long time. Dartmouther. That's funny. He's got a lot going on. He's on a lot of medical boards. He's doing a lot of medical examinations. I don't even know how you have a private practice that early and everything else. When you're a rheumatologist, I mean, okay. He's an author, won multiple national and international book awards, and he's been featured numerous times on Dr. Radio and Sirius XM satellite radio in a medical segment in Miami. So it's interesting. So with what we have in this story, we have 2 generations of the pharmaceutical trail. Generation 1, we have Harry, who collaborated with Hoffman LaRoche on Ironizid in 1957. Generation 2, we have Jeffrey Loomer, who sits on multiple pharmaceutical advisory panels in Tucson, Arizona. Before that, we have a laundry entrepreneur. So we have 2 generations of pharmaceutical money and 2 generations of medical doctors. So now we're going to talk about the most important transition of all of this, and it's when we get to Laura. And we need to talk about Jeffrey's sister as well when we're getting to that. So Jeffrey has a sister, same mom, same dad, same Brooklyn, Vienna refugee bloodline, and the same Yankee childhood. And she went a completely different direction. So Valerie Ann Loomer, so Valerie Capet is how you say it, as the pronunciation is showing, was born April 14th of 1957. She has the same father, Harry Loomer, and the same mother, Doris Rosenberg, as Jeffrey. She moved to Williamsburg, Virginia in the late 1960s, early 1970s. In 1974, at the age of 18, she studied at the Corporeal Mime in Paris. Yes. So, it's a little bit interesting we got going on there. And then in 1975 to 1978, she's back in New York, New Jersey area. 1980 to 1982, Blackbird Theater, Baltimore, playing lute in an adult puppet plays. Yes, adult puppet plays. 1982, graduated from a conservatory and then studied lute and basso. And that was in Switzerland, and it's about 3 hours away from CERN. Yes, and it's the most prestigious early music school in Europe. So about 1985 to 1992 is what I'm estimating based on all of this, that she's moving to France as well, and now using Valerie Capet, her married name, but also sometimes Valerie Loomer. In 1999, she co-founded L'acido Beau Sauvage. if I'm not saying that right. Oops. 2000 to 2010, spent 10 years performing in operas, and also co-founded a champagne, like a lot of different things. She was doing a lot. They're like bands and everything. Their first creation was Mishigas, which is Yiddish for craziness. There's a lot of plays going on. She's married to a guy named, and if this is how you say his name, this is interesting. Didier, Didier, Capet. Did he marry her? The same Vienna refugee bloodline, the same Yankee childhood again. One sibling's becoming a Tucson rheumatologist on a pharma advisory panel who raises a daughter who advises the president of the United States apparently on every move he makes. And the other sibling moves to a French village of 300 people and plays the Renaissance lute. 2 paths, 1 route. I don't think that's a corn maze that's ever going to make sense. But this is on her website. Very interesting. The whole thing is interesting. And I mean, you can see all of this on here. The whole thing's real weird. But I'm going to show this last part of the presentation to end all of this. I'm losing my voice. I'm not going to be able to talk till like next week. Marsha's like, thank God. All right. Exit. All right. So when we're talking about Valerie Loomer, she gets in a car accident at one point with Jeffrey as well. It's also documented. Here's a picture of her being a mime and puppeteer. I was not joking about that. She's actually a mime and puppeteer, and she is so good at miming and puppeteering. If only Laura could mime and not talk. And she's clowning around 1976. Look at this. Take this in. This is Laura Loomer's aunt. Don't have a nightmare. I zoomed in too much. I can't zoom out. Help. I called for help twice. Oh, crap. I'm really stuck in there. Okay. So, yeah, that's Laura Loomer there with the pink arrow on the right. Don't have nightmares about it. Yes, the birth announcement is 19... Hold. I think it's 56. But now I'm second guessing myself. I'm sorry, Wildflower Cottage Bakery. Now you're making me hungry for bread. I'm also disturbed. I'm sorry about the... This is a very deep... I guess I probably should have had a better warning. Sorry. I feel like it's good to know these things because the problem is evil is really easy to disguise as not being evil. Marsh, I do not know where this freaking birth announcement is, but I know I put it in the thing. So it's either 1956 or 1958 as well. But I do want to say, like, this puppet thing is a whole new ballgame, dude. I mean, those are like, that's 2 people puppeting it up with like huge freaking puppets. The huge puppets. Huge. Look at that. What in the hell? I don't even know. Do they even actually like, are they even actually puppeteering or are they just like voodooing the things? Look. I want my mom. Mom, if you see this, don't look at their eyes. God, Um, mm-mm-mm. Mm. Isn't magnesia to make you poop? It's right by that. That is a crappy time. Um, yeah, that is weird because that's in 1976, and if she's born in 19 hmm. I like how this one says development described as slow. Adding musical talents to her training as a mime and puppeteer, she hopes to support herself in this small town. What? She acknowledges, however, that she does an occasional audition in New York. But while she's here and there will be appearances like today's on the occasion of the Arts of Merchant Square, lucrative projects such as teaching mime in classes sponsored by the Williamsburg Recreation Department. I don't even understand. Development is slow, she said, because it can take weeks just to learn to relax. She will teach the exercises that a mime must practice constantly. I'm not qualified to teach anyone how to do a mime show, she said. That's like teaching someone to write a poem. This summer, she worked with Bill Bard marionettes at Busch Gardens to begin her career to Paris to study under Marcel Manchot's teacher, Aleister Crowley. After seeing Marceau's performance during high school, she decided she had to study mime. In addition to her studies in Paris, she had worked at the American Mime Theater with Paul Curtis and with the clown, Dimitri. Each person, she says, has their own style, and each master emphasizes different things. That's gross. She's slowly creating her own style by taking what she thinks is good from each person she works with. She likes to use quotation from a teacher who told her a mime must have a body of a dancer and a mind of an actor. What? It's like, so your mind's not flexible, bro. Just your knees, your legs, you can touch your toes and stuff. I don't know what's going on there. Point your toes. She knows it will be hard to make a living as a mime, but she would like to try to organize a troupe that could use skill and as opposed to depending on whatever money can buy. I'm like, okay. Fearing that this country is moving toward poor theater, she believes in art being brought to the street for people to enjoy and to be entertained. She's out on that street for sure with that makeup. I also wanted to know thing I thought was really weird, didn't run it down. She's in Brownies, which is like the Girl Scout thing, I think, when you're a kid. I don't know. My mom didn't let me do it because I was in 4-H. But I did see a name, Jean Mooney, on here. Mooney in New York. Didn't fly it down because I was looking at the Mooney kids' names and I thought it was just real weird. I have it right here. Thank you, Marsh, because these are the Mooney kids. There's a lot of things, I think, like June. I think it could be. Also wanted to note here, she's in articles, Valerie Loomer. This one's titled The Old Blackbird Magic with Bit of Menace is staged with masks and puppets. This looks like such a child-friendly, beautiful show that I would totally want my kids that I don't have to go watch. Look at this one. This one's just crazy. Particular Fate. Bah! Another quote. Bah! What the? People just literally are reading this stuff. I mean, not reading it. I just read it, but going and watching it. Pied Piper Program presents Puppet Show. I feel like that was made for people to not say it correctly, but it's another puppet show she's in. And also the Sorcerer's Apprentice is mentioned in there. So it's just weird. She's up in here. She's everywhere. She's miming. She's puppeting. She's a freaking, look, Russian corn. Russian corn. I also thought, I mean, Prism is in here. That is a software, just so you know. Thought it was weird. There's things in here mentioned that made me even more uncomfortable, but it's about a group that was traveling, playing music with Valerie Capel on guitar. And they put touches on African percussion they think is necessary for a song. I'm like, okay, where the hell's the corn coming in here? I also wanted to know there's a drummer from Ghana in here. This Duno guy's coming up again. It's just so weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. Or that. I mean, that's like a dead honey badger with something, I don't know, but if that's her. Valerie Capel and Robert Cuthers and Ben Canoe's performances in the Sandgrass Theater Barn. That's just a sick drawing. I don't like it. It needs to stop. Needs to stop. Here she is in Green, France, in the obituary for Harry Loomer. So you can believe me or not, but just wanted to show that to you. Here is a picture of that. If you choose to go to that, it's in French and English if you have a translator. Also wanted to know, Marsh did it better than me. Good job, Marsh. This is her. You tell me that she does not look like some people that do soul cooking. And also like Laura Loomer that like kind of became a hippie. And is organic. This one got me on the soul cooking. Look at that. Look at that profile. Amma Rich or whatever her name is. Look at the profile again. I'm just saying, body courses. Okay, no, will not be signing up for that. She's miming and looking like the soul cooking lady. I mean, look at, I don't even know what this is. That makes me really uncomfortable looking at that. That's not a necklace. That's literally not a necklace. What is that? Marsh, what is that? Are those moles? Why does it look like a goat? I want my mother. I'm like, I don't want to look at that. I need to know what that is. I want to know what that is. I want to know what that is. Of course, the whole thing's in frackin' French. There's a lot of resemblance. She's jamming it out. She is the French music sensation. I don't know why her eye is dripping. I don't want the eye dripping black. Look at the top of her chest. Do you see that? Tilt your head like this. You see what I'm saying? There's eyes, there's a mouth, there's ears. And it almost looks like it's like a weird necklace. It's like permanently on there. I don't know. Anyone else see that? Does anyone else see that? I don't even understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. It's weirding me out. I don't like it. Marsh isn't looking at it. He's not tilting his head. He's like, look at that eye makeup. I'm like, Marsh, there's an animal on her throat. You can go to this lovely website. Thank you, man. You can go to this lovely website and learn about blues music balls. I'm trying not to laugh saying that. Valerie Loomer is on there. This whole website's pretty crazy. You can also, we're going to end tonight, I think, inconclusive. We're going to end because I'm tired. We're going to play a little bit of her song, and then I am going to close it up. I think there's a little bit of weird stuff going on there. I'm not making any accusations, but Hawk is Ian Hawk is Robert Maxwell's birth name. So I know a lot of people don't like talking about that. But his wife also refers to him in her memoir as Bob, and then he also names his first kid Ian. So it's just a little bit of a weird story. Oh, hold on. So that's the sibling. I almost forgot. I'm going to show you a few pictures before I wrap up, I guess, because I screwed up. There's Jeffrey Loomer and the girl being born, aka Lori, what most people call Lara or Larry. Here's a picture of him. He's out there. It's a picture of another birth, one of the brothers. A picture of the public information of rheumatology. I like the Mystery Doc Publishing LLC one. That one got me. That one got me shook. I was like a little mouse eating some cheese. I am so hungry right now, too. I will say, I don't like that people edit this. In this photo, Laura is not wearing a cross. She is wearing medical insignia. I do also think it's funny that she has pictures framed with Bill and Hillary Clinton. This is a picture of her as she conceded or dropped out of that election. And I also wanted to note there's a lot of pictures of her mother and her. Laura's mother's name is not Laura Loomer. This is her mother, Joanna Hill Loomer, who seems to be a dual citizen in the UK or Britain. And in 2017, Christine is saying, she made me proud yesterday, Mama. Here she is at dinner with one of the brothers in 2017, 2013. This one's real weird. And someone pointed this out to me. So in 2013, someone says, your daughter looks a lot like you. Gorgeous. Joe. Haha. Suzanne. Thank you, or thanks, but she looks nothing like me. Looks like her dad 100%. Okay, she's blonde. I don't see any resemblances between us. She's her dad's kid, LOL. Sorry, I had a blonde moment. What? I'm like, what is going on? She has your eyes and your eyebrows, and she's beautiful like you. Betsy, I agree. Joe, she is beautiful, Sue. Thanks. Mary Singe, this is a great picture. Jim, a heart. Here's a picture. Missing my girl. There they are. American, British flag, a heart. Here they are again. Diane Frankel, twins. Jim, I see a heart. Joe, one is young, the other is not. 51 next week. Weird. And, Laura is known for doing some crazy things. Laura's also not known for speaking fondly of her mother. I will say that. I don't like seeing some of these things that she would speak about her mother like this after everything they have been through. Do we not have... Okay. Oh, I was on the wrong thing, everybody. Marsha's like, Dominique. He's probably falling asleep. So her mom has an active Facebook and Twitter account. Jo Hill is a hospice nurse on her bio, has 200 friends, a mother of 3, dog lover. Oh, and dual citizen. So this flag is an interesting flag as well. So MAGA is in some of her stuff as well. And per her own statement, there's a Singe family connection. She also has an X account. Okay, you can see it right here. What is Laura Loomer's address? I'm researching some of her family, and I plan on going to Florida and doing some really, really bad things. Laura Loomer, please report this Kamala Harris supporter who's threatening to do bad things to me. Her mom. You are sick people. How dare you threatening my daughter? I will be filing a police report. You belong in jail. These are the people she follows. Don Bangina. Cat Turd. Vivek. Oh my gosh. Laura Loomer's mother? No way. That's weird. Also, Laura Loomer's mom followed Tucker. I thought that was funny because isn't Tucker like the anti-Semite of the year? Here she is during a recent campaign, and she's sitting there being pictured with her. So that's a little bit weird you would even allow that. Such a proud mom. I'm very proud of her. I think her election was stolen too. She was way ahead until the mail-in ballots were counted. Oh well, she's headed for big things in the future. Marianne, a beauty-like mom. Renee, Happy New Year, Joe. You too. Okay. Here she is with Izzy Scott as a family member, Mary Singe and Tim Singe. Tim Singe is her brother, apparently. Here's Laura and her mother. Again. Okay. She likes dolphins. Maybe. I don't know. Here's this pic. Somebody. I don't know. I like how she's wearing red, though. Like, very patriotic. She's, like, probably matching her daughter wearing red. I just got, like, way zoomed in. There's some other people I could not confirm were or were not. So I'm not going to go over it. All right. So, 1 second, because I actually am going to pull this up real quick, wrap up, and go to bed. Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock. Oh my gosh. I'm hungry too. Like, I'm actually starving. My husband's probably asleep, so he's not even going to warm me up a snack. Okay, so one second. Yeah, just, say a good prayer, put some holy water out there or something. Don't go straight to bed. Sleep with a light on. The huge. Okay. Here we go. I want to make sure I have the best one to really just. Oh, thank you. I don't have that yet. I have thought about doing a Patreon so I can post my research on there, honestly, as well. I'm going to play this video real quick. I don't also want to like charge people to hang out with me necessarily because I don't want people to get like the wrong impression of that, but I would like to do this full time. That is a step in that direction, I guess. So that would be pretty cool. But I have not decided that type of way, but thank you for asking. I'm going to play this real quick and be right back for the ending. I don't know why I just upspeaked. It's nice. My eyes hurt. I'm so tired. All right, let me know if you can hear it. That was so beautiful. I have all these pillows here because that's a problem. I'm shorter now. I'm not sitting on as many pillows right now. So everyone, that was the ending of I know water. It is after my bedtime. Just joking. I'm eating in your face. Sorry. I'm starving. I feel like I need mac and cheese and ramen noodles. All right. I just burped. So, sorry about that. Did not know regular water was going to make me burp like that. Just a little bit, if you could hear it. That, yeah, my thing is that quick stop Dante. I don't really believe that Republicans nor Democrats should exist in a sense of the way you identify yourself. And it's because, I mean, I don't think it's good to box yourself into those types of personas per se. I mean, for me, I'm more of a Massey. Like, it is it is in a lot of ways a moral issue, but both Republicans and Democrats are a lot of the same coin. Honestly, at the federal level, if you are putting your political party above what's best for your country or your people, it's the definition of terror, I think. Oh wow. Yeah, It's sad. It makes me sad. So people should just eat more Cheez-Its and calm down, is how I feel about it. Like, have some cheese. Stop eating the vegan cheese. I just got Cheez-Its in my hair. That's how much I like Cheez-Its. And, yeah, I just agree with that. So, we're gonna go finish this thing. I have so many things open right now. So, Laura Loomer is born in Tucson in 1993, and she's from Arizona because of that. So, her parents break up when she's a young teen, according to reports. She goes to a boarding school that costs around $50,000 a year. And then she goes to Mount Holyoke, left after one semester, then goes to Barry University and graduates in 2015 under broadcast journalism. And apparently she's graduating from Barry University. I felt a little bit weird about that because I know at one point she was expelled or got, a little bit kicked out. I don't know how you get back in after that. So it's also been reported that there were some things that happened where her grandfather might have treated her. And she has two brothers. They seem to have a limited public record. My goal is to never dox anybody. And I actually do feel very bad for her family that probably wants some form of privacy. I feel like that is a respect thing, though. However, the things that Laura Loomer says about other people are the same things she tries to sue people for. And it's very aggressive, it's very inappropriate, and it's just not cool. I also want to mention she's the person that's always in Donald Trump's ear, always talking about him. And that's the end of our Laura Loomer corn maze today. So what we have is a Vienna refugee psychiatrist who graduated under a non-Aryan graduation status 5 months after Anschluss. Aleister Crowley trained as a painter, an Aleister Crowley trained painter who said she made scrambled eggs for Hitler in Vienna. A son who played Ganymed at 11 and died at either 21 or 19, depending on which report you're looking at. An aunt playing Renaissance lute in Provence in France, doing Yiddish puppet shows, and also being a mime, with that being the way she wants to support herself. A father working as a pharmaceutical advisory panel member in Tucson and living in Tucson, Arizona. And also Laura Loomer being from Tucson, Arizona, which I feel like is a little bit ironic. A British mother who came to America on a tourist visa, from what I could figure out, and a granddaughter who advises to our president and brags about him calling her after operations. 2 generations of pharmaceutical money, from Harry's collaboration with Hoffman LaRoche to Jeff's pharmaceutical advisory panels in Arizona. A paper trail at Hoffman LaRoche that nobody subpoenaed. 1 generation at the Carl Jung Institute during the years Carl Jung was being investigated as a possible Nazi war criminal. Declassified files now sitting at the UK National Archives and the US National Archives in Maryland. 1 U.S. flight surgeon, 1 KGB spy at the Nest desk, 1 CIA MKULTRA trail consultant in the chain of command, 1 MK Naomi biological weapons contract running out of the same hospital network, 1 co-authored paper on the first antidepressant that ended in a lawsuit, 1 drug derived from Nazi rocket fuel or using the same drug, a $1 million lawsuit that was mentioned above that ended up having 3333 as the payout other than the legal fees. 1 Haitian dictatorship aligned with a psychiatric center that's still the only active psychiatric center in Haiti today. One Harvard zombie expedition relating to that psychiatric center with Nathan Klein organizing it, who worked with Harry Loomer, who was his supervisor. One Crowley trained painter in Malibu, the same one that was in Vienna. A man that exploded trying to allegedly summon a demonic entity or something of power. One son lost, not in the obituary. One daughter that's a mime in France, mentioned in the obituary. One granddaughter whispering in the president's ear. If you or an ancestor have been Loomered, you may be entitled to some financial compensation. The amount of compensation you may be entitled to would be $3,333. Now, you tell me if you want to accept that amount, because that's not something I would like to accept. And you would also have the court costs covered, I guess, as well. I also want to go through real quick as I end, because thank you for coming. This is so crazy with the supers. So thank you so much. Oh, Marsh, did you keep clicking it as I was clicking it? That was awkward. So Jules B 420 says, please clip your intro into a short. Thank you. Hopefully it's not as cringy with my pronunciation. And thank you for that super. That was very generous. Amy Adams AU. Hey, Amy. I see you out there. I'm making a joke, simping. You'll get it. Gotta keep showing my love. Thank you. Thank you for the hearts. Also, I upped it to 10 emojis being able to be used. So you could use 7 more if you want. I'm just joking. But thank you so much. No offense, but I always get so sad when I'm trying to talk to people and there's just emojis and it's just, I'm like, what's going on? I'm not an AIM, we're not like 12, and it's okay. Sometimes I like emojis here and there, but like only emojis, I'm like, I don't know how to interpret that. Somebody else interprets that a different way, but I love you. Thank you for coming. Megan Anderson, thank you for this. Megan Anderson 8294. Thank you for the super. First time here. You're a great researcher and I'll be back. You're definitely giving young Candace vibes. You're going places. Wow. Thank you. I don't know you, but I love you a lot. I'm going to cry. Just joking. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm clicking on the next one, March. Don't do it too. Okay. So, Jules B420, we don't give a damn about your pronunciation. LOL. Somebody clip this shit. I mean, poop. Somebody clip that. I'm joking. We don't give a damn about your pronunciation. Thank you. Thank you. I do, and I take it. The reason why my stuff is not clipped yet is because it's really hard for me to listen to myself after. Okay. If you would be embarrassed to know the story I worked on that I have on my computer that I pre-recorded at least 4 times and will never see the light of day. And it's how this whole arc ends, in my opinion, of where I'm going, but this was a little bit of a side quest. I like a little side quest, I'm like, go get some Cheez-Its. Go get another snack. I don't know. That's just how I like to do life. Thank you. Researcher Daisy, thank you. That is so generous. Dom. P.S. I said facade for a long time. See? It's all a facade. I feel like I'm cussing. All of the spelling is a facade. It's a facade. Don't say facade. Don't give in, people. We need to start the facade movement. It's not a cuss word, Marsh. But thank you, Daisy. That's very generous. Thank you for coming. Michelle Mabel, love your work. How can I become a member? Do you have Patreon and Twitch? Thank you for the question. I don't have Twitch because I'm horrible at video games, but I do have this like weird aspiration to want to win a Mahjong tournament in Asia before I die. So maybe I'll get a Twitch. Isn't Twitch gaming? I don't know. I do. I have Rumble and Kick. I don't even know if it's working. So sorry if it's not. I did the plugin and I forgot to check on that. But it does look like it's a green check mark. But also I'm new. So I half of the time don't know what I'm doing. Most of the time. Yeah, but everything's figure outable. So I have been thinking about this because I think it would be a little bit easier to help or to speak to like-minded people with things that they're interested in, but I also don't necessarily want it to be like a limited hangout type thing. So I go back and forth with this. I go back and forth. I don't know. But I do like being members of people's things. So I don't know. Baby steps. Marsh is always yelling at me about the merch. See, Marsh, I didn't even read your comment and I already knew. Oh, hold on. I gotta go back. I gotta go forth. I gotta go back. I got a Twitch to watch Ian and he's on Kick now. Same, Masha Mabel. Michelle Mabel. I have a good... What in the heck? I have a good voice. Are you... What? Hold on. Let me get through these because those are so funny. But thank you. Wait, where am I at, Marsh? You're like clicking buttons. I don't know where you're at, where I'm at. I don't even see this one you clicked on. Oh, it's the last one. Okay. Mesha Mabel. I hope I'm saying this right. If I'm not, I'll get this right just for you. Okay. I think I was saying it wrong earlier. Class clown to class clown. God bless you. Thank you. You know, it is very lonely, allegedly being funny without thinking that what you say is funny. I actually, I didn't know if I was ever going to say this, but I'm 5'2.5", and I'm a girl, and I'm kind of small and petite, I guess. So the thing that annoys me about apparently being funny is I get called cute all the time. I mean, like, I'm being dead serious saying something, and people are like, Dom, that's so cute. And I'm like, excuse me. What is cute about that? And it's so annoying that I was with my best friend, one of my best friends. I mean, I only have like 5 and I consider them all my best friends. But we were on a long drive. It was a very traumatic incident. And we were it was before it was traumatic, I think, on our way back. But on the way down there, we were driving from northern Florida down to Key West. Long drive, don't do it. Take a plane. We've done it like twice now. Next time we're taking a plane. And we both talked about getting called cute because she's 5'2" too. And I now have cute tattooed right under something that you sit on in the ugliest gothic font. I mean, it's so ugly. I think it's kind of cute, which is ironic. But because she's getting it and I already have it of like cute tattooed on me as like a funny joke because I hate being called cute. Like, it's also, though, I don't really want to be called any adjective like that. I'm like, everybody's gonna get wrinkly and stuff and things. Like, your skin just keeps growing even though it's dead. Your skin is like, it's the weirdest thing. It's your biggest organ. It's like a real life zombie. It's made up of your dead. I mean, it dies and then it grows into hair and stuff in your nails. And I'm like, we're literally like zombies already. I'm like, that's that got weird. Sorry I got so weird. And I never thought I would say any of that. So thank you. I don't know how to press the button. Okay. So, I did just get a Twitch to watch Ian as well. Thank you for telling me I have a good voice. I feel like you're like fibbing a little bit. I hate my voice. When I was a kid and my parents got a video camera, I used to talk I always talk all the time. But my dad would be, like, recording home videos, and I would think that I needed to say my whole life story to the camera each time, and sometimes when I hear those things, it's like, I'm like a little pipsqueak talking about it, and, it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. Are you having problems giving facts? Ask your doctor if fac aid copyright may be right for you. Am I supposed to say I don't am are you having a problem giving facts? Ask your doctor about facade. It may be right for you. I like fuck aid better though. It sounds so bad. I feel so bad saying that. Beatles. Yeah. Oh, I do love the Beatles is a good one. There's a joke about riding the length of Florida, but I'm not making it. I'm gonna look that up. We've done it twice, and the last time we said we weren't doing it again. Also, if she ever sees this, she'll be laughing because I did not drink water. I'm a chugger of I like to stay hydrated. Hydrate before you dehydrate. Okay, that's what riding the length of Florida. Joke about riding. I need this joke. I don't know the joke. The AI at the top is saying, why did the man drive the length of Florida? Because he wanted to see if he could find a beach that wasn't crowded with tourists. That's a horrible joke. Oh, but I'm not making it driving the whole. That's embarrassing. It's Michelle, my bell? Bro. So I can't read so much sometimes, but then I'm like so good at it other times. There was this time in 4-H that I was selling flowers. And the person that ordered the flowers was Michelle. Okay, Michelle ordered the flowers. Her son's name was Michael. So what do? As a trained good kid, because my mom owned a business and I would have to answer the phone all the time. I have my phone voice on, I'm talking, and I'm like, hi, I'm trying to call Michael. You ordered flowers from me. And Michelle, who ordered the flowers, answers the phone, and she's like so weirded out. And I just remember Michael, who was like 2 years older than me, coming to the phone, being so confused, and me saying, no, I know you ordered these flowers. I just want to give them to you. You already paid for them. And Michael being like, no, I did not. I did not order these. And then me having to talk to Michelle after that and realizing that I was reading Michelle as Michael. I was reading Michelle as Michael. But I also want to say, and this is not funny, but to be serious, I think I just have good intuition because Michael is more of a, and I do think that Michael is a very bright individual, but Michael is now a Michelle. So basically, can I not read or can I read too well? It is Michelle, though, for sure. I can't believe I missed that up. I'm sorry about that. I'm so tired. I'm so tired that I don't know if I can go to sleep. And I'm just over here like AMSRing. AMSRing. ASMR, whatever you call it. Cheez-Its. I knew it was Michelle the whole time. What's FWIW? I'm gonna Google that. I don't know the Florida joke. For what it's worth. Oh. For what it's worth. I knew it was Michelle the whole time. I did. Predictions. I think it is in your brain a little bit with the way, but I also feel like it's a blessing and a curse. I like ADHD. I couldn't imagine my life without it. First of all, I almost choked on a Cheez-It. Second of all, there's 2 D's in ADHD. Wow! Oh my gosh, malfunction. There's 2 D's in ADHD. So Dominique and Dominique twice. Dominique will forget where her keys are at once, and then she'll forget where they're at twice. But if the car starts when you press the button, it's okay. But do you need to know where that object is you put 3 years ago in a bag that's in the closet? Yeah, and I'll find it. Right then, right there. Right then, right there. I also forgot to show that bag earlier, and I don't think she's here anymore, so I'll do that later. But I'm probably gonna head out. I actually have to be up and not a zombie. What is my camera doing right now? Marsh, I turned off those settings, so it's so weird. I talked about zombies too much. Ben Hogan, is that you? As I say it, it moves. I'm not even moving. That's what's terrifying. What the heck? Did that move? Oh, it's when I move like this behind the other thing. Okay. What? Yeah, I don't know. I like having ADHD. I can listen to like 4 conversations at once, know what everybody's saying. It makes me really good in high stress environments. It also makes me analyze a lot of different things at once. And I think that pattern recognition is just a superpower. So, my doll studio. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Amen to that. Eat a Cheez-It to that. That's terrifying. I used to have an American Girl doll, and I was so scared of it. I would put it in my closet facing backwards with its eyes away from me because it was the look-alike one. Also, one time when I was a kid, where was that place at my grandma took me to? My grandma took me out in the middle of nowhere to this place with my great-grandma. I actually, on my dad's side of the family, my great-great-grandma died when I was a teenager, and my great-grandma too. So, like, I was an accident of an accident from an accident, so it's kinda cool. But she took me to a porcelain doll place, like, out in the middle of nowhere out west because I had a porcelain doll I really liked before the whole American Girl doll thing. And I, like, broke it somehow, and they were gonna repair it, and then we get all the way there. It was, like, the thing I took with me everywhere. They couldn't fix it. She was just, like, dead, broken. I still remember that. I feel like it was, like, freaking Nebraska. Guys, I live in Indiana, and my grandmother took me to Nebraska for a porcelain doll. Grandma, if you're seeing this, you're a doll. You're a doll. Also, I cannot fathom that my grandma would watch my camera, like, be loony, like Loomer, for 4 hours and 23 minutes in here. me talk about that, and she would probably also be so sad it couldn't be fixed. I think I still kept it somewhere. I don't know where it's at. It was a doll hospital, and I don't know where that was. And I remembered it like last year about something else. Michelle Mabel, I didn't until I was an adult, and I wish I would have never have, but I might now, yeah. I also agree with you. I think there's pros and cons to both. I don't think adolescents should take it for sure. I'm also glad you're laughing. What? Your grandma gave you clown paintings. What? Bro, I would just take them off and then put them back up right when they're there and not sleep in that. Mm. That bad. That's bad. Were they at least Valerie Loomer? You were 5 and your parents were. When I was about 5, I did a lot of crazy stuff. I'm not gonna lie. But one time I really wanted to be a different color. My ear's ringing. I think this means I should not continue this story. But I wanted to be a different color. And so what did I do? My parents take a nap. I'm awake. I'm a hooligan. I take an ink pad and stamped my entire body. I think purple or blue. It was a shade of one of those, probably a mix. I think my mom still has a picture. I got very sick. And I woke my parents up from their nap, naked, stamped, a different color, my entire body. The only thing that my mom tells me when she talks about this, that she could really see is my eyeballs. It's the only thing I didn't. I'm glad I didn't stamp those. I don't even know what would have happened, but I did some crazy stuff when I was 5. I definitely would have taken those things down and just like been like, "Oh my god, they fell," and like cut them up with scissors and been like, "Oh my god, I think we have a demon. I don't know what's happening." Yeah, that's terrifying. I watched a scary movie at my grandma's house when I was really young too. There's a part that still messes me up with a nun on a train with knitting needles in her eyeballs. I still remember that visual picture. And then she also used to have me watch The Little Whorehouse in Texas. I tell on her all the time for that. 30 years later. 30 years later. It's hard to believe. I know, she's very young. She's already ran for public office twice. This is so like my camera's kind of drunk. Let me see. Did that somehow come on? I mean, it should not move at all. Okay. I think maybe that worked. Now I'm just blurry. What is going? Oh. What is? I'm messing with the settings. A or B? What? How did that happen? You're welcome. You chose the right selection at your optometrist. Just kidding. I am not licensed, and that was a joke. But that's a very stressful thing that happens to me at the optometrist. A or B, and I'm like, can I see the first one again? And the second one. And the first one again. And the second one. And then we just keep going back and forth. Back and forth, back and forth. It is a superpower. You have to know how to harness it. You have to know how to harness it. And I think that the thing is it is debilitating. But you know what else is debilitating? Being normal, bro. Could you imagine not like being able to daydream, not like thinking about stealing a whole semi of animals that are going to slaughter to rescue them and like replacing them with stuffed animals? And I don't know, like owning camels and like it's like, come on, we're on a floating rock. Be a little bit unrealistic, daydream a little bit, get some stuff done, take some side quests. Why do we always have to have A to B? Why can't it be A to B to N to Z to I to P to Q? Like, come on, just go with it. Nobody's getting out of here alive. Nobody. Nobody's getting out of here. Yep. Yes, it is. This is the funniest thing. I don't know why, but I almost choked on another Cheez-It. Better blurry than furry is what they always say. I added the last part, but I like that. Seriously, because your fur is going to shed. My grandpa does that all the time when he doesn't know what to say. He has like a certain way he does it too. I need to call him tomorrow. Wow. Thank you guys. I talked for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to need to clip where I needed to end this, where I took a side quest and ate Cheez-Its with my mouth open. So if my sister's eating this, she'll probably slap me tomorrow. Thank you for making me feel special. I need a break. Brain break. I don't even know what I was going to say because I was thinking about food, but I'm so tired. And it's 1:39 in the morning that I think I'm just going to do that adult thing. And like when you go lay down and don't eat or don't make food. You guys remember that in college? I used to do that all the time. You know, you finally lay in bed and then you're just like, I'm here. You know, that is the best part about being married. Other than being with your best friend and having a life partner, you have somebody that if they're not equally as tired, first of all, if they are, you're laying there together, unless you hate each other, and then I'm sad for you. But you have someone else that can get you snacks. Built-in best friend, built-in everything, snack person. I like getting him snacks. He likes getting me snacks. It's perfect. Perfect. Have a good night, everyone. I will see you this weekend if I see you. I can't believe someone thinks I have a cool voice. Thanks. I'm going to go around saying that. I'm going to tell my family this week, guys, don't be rude to me. I have a nice voice. And take it real serious with like a... I'm joking. I don't act like that in real life. I have like the same, kind of like how I talk here, actually. Unless I'm on my phone voice. That's different. But I have the same monotone speaking style in real life. So I used to be a waitress. I've worked in hospitality a lot. I also used to manage restaurants. And I have a customer service voice. My regular voice is just... And then I also get a little bit of a southern accent when I get a little bit excited about something. I was thinking about it because someone asked me about this. I think it's my freaking mother. And I love you, Mom, but I think you're the reason because I've really been trying to analyze where this comes from. And it's you. So thanks for that. Nothing wrong with it, but I did have to teach myself how to talk again when I was in college because I would get made fun of all the time because my mom's family mispronounces things like lols. Does anyone know what lols is? My mom's family pronounces lows as lols. A type of bed you sleep in. I'm about to like sleep in this chair tonight. I'm not even about to like go to my bed. All right. That's behind my that's so awkward. Peace. That's so awkward too. I don't even know what I'm doing. This is going to have to be cut out. All of this. But if you're here, you're welcome. I'm going to go to bed. I hope you all have a great night. And I hope you all have I can't even say what I was about to say. I hope you have a great night. And I hope that you all have the day you deserve tomorrow. Thank you for coming.
I don't give a damn you found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
If I am not late, did I really show up